That situation does not exist today. Instead, what we have in Clark County is what we have called the Hera effect. The metrics for educational quality and success indicate abysmal failure in reading and math. This we all know. Campus racial violence runs rampant across the district, where 10 Black and brown boys killed a white boy, their fellow Rancho High School student. And Hera has the trustees only worrying about the segregation statistic and chasing federal dollars, which only serve to further bind our children with excessive rules and segregationist and transgender regulations. The Hera effect has fostered premature sexualization dictated by Hera's school policy with its precious lewd librarians who have bought and placed hundreds of pornographic books in schools with pervasively vulgar graphic sex throughout them, and the lies of suddenly being able to become boys, so that now we have 317 impressionable school children on gender plans being supported to permanently damage their healthy sexual organs and breast tissue. No, these are not marks of a successful tenure of a school superintendent. These are the marks of a complete failure in educational excellence. Then we have former trustee Daniel Ford, God bless her progressive soul, who has spilled the beans on our conniving school superintendent Jesus hit and run Hera with his trusted Lola Littlefinger Brooks running around manipulating you school board trustees like little puppets.
Mr. Underwood, I will reference either past board members or board members.
Too late. I began my FOIA investigation in CCSD looking for corruption, but did not know precisely where to focus. And holy cow, has Daniel Ford delivered on that end. Lola Littlefinger's game is up. The people of Clark County must stand for this manipulation by conspiratorial practices against open government and accountabilities, and it starts by taking this miscreant superintendent and denying him rewards for bringing harm to our school children.
Vicki Prydell, Camilla Bywaters, James Bayless.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Prydell. For the record, I'm a reading teacher in CCSD. I'm president of NEA Southern Nevada. First of all, I was a little confused about what we voted on in the last meeting versus what's happening in this meeting, but I'm just going to move forward with my comments. Your staff in CCSD have been watching a constant stream of people resign in recent years, sadly. I can't think of one instance where a person who wanted to resign was able to go in and negotiate any severance pay. And although I understand people wanting to just move on from this, I don't believe it's fair to treat this superintendent differently than any of us would be treated. Since shortly after Dr. Jar died, the student, staff, and parents of this district have felt like we're on board a ship that's rapidly sinking. And the only ones bailing water for several years to the point of exhaustion are the staff members in the building. My question is, what has the captain of this sinking ship done to deserve a suitcase filled with money as he boards his lifeboat? I'll answer for you, nothing. I can't think of anything he's done for us that is deserving of such a reward. So please do not sink our ship any faster by giving our precious funding to him as a reward. He doesn't deserve it. If any other employee were resigning, we would get nothing. He should be treated the same as any of us. Thank you. Camilla?
Camilla, James Bayless, and Elizabeth Alder. Camilla Bywater, president of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educator, chair for the National Action Network Education Committee, and co-chair for the National Association for Equal Justice in America. Vice president of the VASCI is Tracy Lewis. We have absolutely set a precedent here if this agenda item is passed. We are telling other employees, superintendents specifically, that they can come into the state of Nevada, provide poor results, and then negotiate these terms that are unlike any other terms that we've seen in our district. To give the superintendent $250,000 because of a few board members' desire to so-called, what they tell us, is that they came to him first. You've put us in a situation where now we're in a place of negotiation. Please vote no on this agenda item. There are different perspectives on this. Some people are happy, like, hey, just get rid of them, we'll move on. As we've seen, we have not had a great morale for our teachers since Superintendent Jara has been here. Now, I've been watching this Crabbill guy, okay? And I was highly disappointed that the person who provides all this training to our district was talking about peanut butter sandwiches in a training. Absolutely not. And I understand that there's a few of you on the board who really enjoy this Crabbill character, who is like the supreme king of professional development. And although I don't agree with most of what he's talking about, especially those sandwiches, one thing he did say is that you should listen to the community. I'm trying to meet you where you are. Listen to the community. The community has spoken. But here's what the real problem is that community, we continue to allow people who lie to us and tell us they're going to be for the community when they're running for the seat, and then they get up here and switch. My trustee is Trustee Lola Brooks. I'm asking you to vote no on this agenda as your constituent. When you ran for these seats, you beg and plead for the community to vote for you, and then you get up here and don't listen to the community. What sense does that make? And then you pay thousands of dollars to a Crabbill and Chief for Change cohort that have given us no results. Since some of you, again, subscribe to this professional development guy, he said in his training that you all have gone to, listen to the community. James Bayless. Thank you, James.
Hi, James Bayless for the record, leading the board. So I wanted to address, I'm speaking on an official, actually amongst my family. Me and the Prince of Abu Dhabi were actually having a discussion about this. So I wanted to bring up points that he said it was valid. He wrote the contract, so you can't really accept something he wrote. Somebody expressed it through illegally. So that makes the contract not and void. And since there's a current investigation for grant fraud that he's entitled to, because I proved in DC that he was forcing you guys to say yes to all the grants. So that helps you guys not get in trouble, he gets nailed. So if you allow this man to stay here, you guys are pretty much taking his blame. We all know why the real reason he resigned. You don't want that blame. Trust me. And I believe a lady was speaking and will actually enlighten the trustees. They didn't really have much of a choice. Washington, D.C. kind of forced their hand, which was my own doing because, again, he doesn't belong here. With my son having footprints and nothing got done, he definitely don't belong here. With all the money being spent and with the grant fraud alone with the State Department, he definitely don't need to be here. And as far as his contract, like I said, it was illegally done because he wrote it and somebody else expressed it through a week early and excluded the sped kids, which was a violation of federal law in itself. So with a law being broken, and he's currently under investigation, according to his contract, if he's under investigation currently, he don't get a dime, according to his contract. And if I remember correctly, there's a federal lawsuit right now with his name sitting right on it. So yeah, we've got all the criteria. This man don't get a contract for nothing. But you can go. Have a good day.
Is Elizabeth Elder present? Elizabeth, followed by Tiffany Beamel, Dr. Beamel, and Douglas Hamilton.
My name is Elizabeth Adler.
And I am the EL specialist at Sunrise Mountain High School, where I have worked for 14 years. I've been in the district 26 years. I also have learned how to pronounce every single one of my students and coworkers' names with respect and the way they want to be referred to. It is very important that we can learn how to pronounce people's names. And that's one thing that is part of my respect and moral fiber, that when educators and parents come here time after time, we can learn how to pronounce names. I'm also a proud executive board member of CCEA. I first want to commend the board for the open dialogue among trustees at the February 7th work session regarding the resignation of Superintendent Ara. Again, we've been mispronouncing his name all of these years. I also applaud the board members who voted against accepting the terms set by the superintendent. I appreciate that. It was a step in the right direction. With that, I cannot accept offering him any dollar amount to go away. We were warned by one of his prior districts not to hire him, and we did it anyway. We have allowed him to make every excuse for every decision he has made since he's arrived in CCSD. Since his arrival, some board members have supported him. Some members have been silenced, and some have put on a public display unbecoming of any board representing the 5th largest district in the United States. We're headed in a new direction. We have an opportunity to show the community that you represent and serve that you do not pay anyone an exorbitant amount of money for not meeting goals, misappropriating district money from taxpayers and the federal government, and engaging in questionable moral and legal behavior. Please stop this practice of rewarding and monetizing failure. It doesn't show our children a good example, and that's what we're here to do. Dr. Hara has served this district, and he was compensated to do so. Please let him go as any other employee who resigns or gets fired does without any additional compensation. Thank you.
Dr. Beamer, Douglas Hamilton, and then Shanice Salazar.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Beamer for the record. It seems that there's a lot of confusion as to what's happening. There was a discussion last time we all met about transparency and communication and listening to your constituents. I don't think it was just lip service, but it does feel a little bit hurtful to think that one can hail themselves a champion one week and then go behind closed doors and become the villain so easily. Backdoor deals and shady shenanigans, I thought that was all done, but I guess we were very naive to believe that anything honest could actually be occurring with this situation. I hope it's not, but it feels so gross and underhanded and shady. There's just no way this can be real after all the social media espousing and backpatting that's been happening in the last 2 weeks. This bait and switch will go down in history. This is actually going to be talked about on the national news. This is madness. Again, I will point out my speech last time. If any other employee under contract with CCSD resigns, they do not get $250,000. If any other employee under contract with CCSD with multiple investigations, local, state, and federal pending quits, they do not get a golden parachute. Please do the job you were voted here to do. It's a difficult job. I don't envy you. That's why I don't run for school board. Vote no. You can fire with cause. Vote no on this bait and switch resignation. No more backdoor deals. The people of your jurisdictions deserve better than that. That's what you're here for. Thank you.
Douglas Hamilton.
Good evening, I'm Douglas Hamilton. I'm a first grade teacher at Sunrise Acres. I'm here to speak tonight to express my dissatisfaction with the likely outcome of this item. Awarding the superintendent $250,000 communicates to the families, to the communities, and to our teachers that Dr. Jara has worked hard and that he is getting what he so richly deserves. To be sure, his determination has been impressive because it takes a single-minded focus and extraordinary effort to inflict so much damage on such a resilient community in such a small amount of time. It can't be said that refusing to pay Dr. Jara is without cause. In 2018, our community had every reason to believe that its brightest days lie ahead of it. Teacher vacancies were on the decline, and Nevada had the highest percentage of increase of students scoring a 3 or higher on AP exams of any state in the nation. Unfortunately, a disaster of unprecedented scale would strike the district, and that's the hiring of the current superintendent. Since the current superintendent was appointed, the number of teacher vacancies has increased tenfold, even as enrollment has declined. Our AP pass rate has declined 600% more than the national average, and our 4th grade reading scores have declined at double the national average. These numbers don't lie, and they tell the hard truth that the current superintendent doesn't deserve a golden parachute. This money could have and could still be used to attract top flight talent to fill the position. Someone committed to ensuring that our students receive the high quality education they are entitled to, and who has the intelligence and motivation to deliver the goods. So now, that's not to say that this buyout won't make the job attractive. It will become quite attractive, but to the wrong kind of person. It will become attractive to grifters, committed only to fattening their wallets, while always taking the path of least resistance and comfortable knowing they will never face an ounce of accountability. Words cannot adequately express how disappointed I am that once again, this board stands poised to neglect its duty to Clark County's most sacred resource, its children. Thank you.
Denise?
Shanze Aslam, reading comments submitted by Chris Giuncarione, former CCSD special ed teacher and former elected official.
Forgive me, am I hearing you correctly? You're reading the public comment that was submitted by someone else? Yeah. I believe that we have a policy against that. That is, under GP 11, and you would like to provide public comment, you're welcome to, given that this public comment has already been submitted in writing and we all have it. We were not able to speak on behalf of someone else or sign up for them.
Can I read the same comments that they gave on and say it on behalf of myself as well?
We already have those comments. They're submitted in.
Okay.
Speak on.
Yeah.
Mr. Coles, I don't need a lecture from there.
Quietly.
Mr. Coles, please don't disrupt the public meeting. So you are welcome to provide your own public comments. Please know that we have Chris's written public already submitted.
We have allowed others to behave as they do too much as environments now. We have red statements. And I was surprised if they were allowed to do that, but they have. So I want to wait for the council and this oxygen that I do not know now, and we do not allow that anymore.
I'm gonna need it.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. Our system has reviewed it and he was working very hard to try to set. This is really, we want to wait. So that we were almost ready. And I'll wait for you. Introduce yourself. Held up. All right. Perfect. Thank you so much for your patience again. The timer still works, and after 3 minutes, we'll have my request microphone back from you. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience as our microphones reboot. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
Shanzeh Aslam, Shanzeh, last name Aslam. I am a product of CCSD. I graduated back in 2011 and I went to UNLV. Agenda item 3.01 is written incorrectly. It states resignation for convenience. The motion made at the last board meeting was to terminate for convenience. This violates the intent and motion that was passed. If the February 7th minutes had been properly included, you would have a document to show you the agenda item is incorrect. Also, your backup mentioned a compromise. Again, the motion passed was to negotiate, not compromise with Tara. Your board attorney should know better than to let or cause something like that happen. While I appreciate the attempt to provide Mr. Hara with a financial incentive to leave, he does not need to be paid off to do so. He hasn't earned nor deserves any additional compensation. That was what the community said loud and clear at the last board meeting. He should not be paid $250,000 because his behavior and abysmal leadership style caused this problem. It's not your job to advocate nor protect him from the public scrutiny or criticism. That money could hire several mental health professionals for our students. That money could be used for social workers. That money could be used for tutoring. One way or another, it could be spent on the students, which is your primary mission. Please correct the record and vote to accept the termination, not resignation, without any additional compensation. These decisions are difficult but necessary. You were elected to make tough decisions. Listen to your constituents and vote to accept the termination with no additional pay. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the people who have signed up in advance. We've got a couple of yellow cards. Ed Gonzalez, present, and followed by Bishop, Dr. S.S. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I'm the community member of the Hickey Elementary School organizational team. I am clearly speaking as an individual today. I have concerns about this item, but I am in support of it. When this body asked the superintendent to resign, you guys exposed yourself to some legal liability. To sit here and say that you're going to not fire him for cause, which is not on the agenda, you will most likely end up having to pay him dollars. He will sue you. You will go to court. You will pay his court fees. I'm not an attorney, but I'm almost certain that's what your attorney has probably told you. Something in that regard. We talk about how much money we can spend. Am I a fan of the $250,000? No. You might think you guys are getting lucky if you have somebody on $1 million contract you're paying $250,000. You are. Because it could be a lot worse. You could have came back and said $500,000. For the last couple of weeks, when I talk to friends about the school district, first question we ask is, who's running the school district right now? Because I don't even. And if you vote no, one will be a laughing stock and will make nationwide news. Two, when you have a search for a superintendent, who will want to come here in this chaos? And three, we're going to have a longer time period where we don't know who's going to be superintendent, who's in charge. And I've heard people say again, the idea of saying, what happens if an educator, a staff member, or principal is put in this position? Let's talk about that first. If I was a person in the district who was asked to resign from the district, and I said no, right? And he said, well, we'll pay off for the rest of the year, and then he sat there and tried to fire me. If I was in union, I would go to my union, would probably be free. And so we're lucky in this aspect that it's only $250,000. You guys legally expose yourself to attorneys. And so is this an ideal situation to pay him? No. But we talk about how much more money we're going to spend on cost if it goes over $1 million, over $1.5 million. There's a lot of money that can be spent on too. But the most important thing is that if you're ready to move on, we need to move on. This is the price. It could have been $500,000. It could have been more. Like I said, I have been a critic of the superintendent at times, and there are times where I agree with him, especially trying to open up school-based health clinics, that I've spoken in favor of, met with him. I've had a hit and miss relationship with the superintendent. But as a resident of Henderson and as a constituent, apologize, Madam President, of Trustee Cavazos, I would ask her and this board to vote for them. It's time to move on. This could be worse. It's not an ideal situation, but you know what? We gotta get to the next step. It's gonna hurt the next step. If we cause chaos, we won't get a good superintendent. With that, yeah, that's 6 seconds left in my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I believe colleagues are mics are back on and I'm going to test them out. Mrs. Rogers. Welcome.
Yes. I'm Bishop Dr. S. Rogers, teacher at the Greater Mount Simon, within the program ministry, and Broadway, and also the president, the minister of Alliance of Southern County. I've been coming to this board even over 25 years. The same circle that going out and down started before we hired our superintendent job. We talk about community support, community output. We've been coming here for years and years with the community behind before we even hired. I was not in favor of Dr. John when we first came. You all know we don't go here. Papa and Young was also trustee by district. We were not in favor. Even the community was not in favor of him. He said, listen to the community. The board does not listen to the community. He does not listen to the community. We have a board. We know what is happening. We know our students. We know our people. Half of you on the board don't have any middle class. They know anything about teaching a guideline. It's time for us to put this to rest. I hope tonight y'all will vote. And also understand. He decided he wanted to resign. There's some comments made tonight on that concept. Who actually? But he said he resigned. I figured his contract and said that if he resigned on a merging consent, if you sick or die or whatever, then he had the right. But at this point, he's not sick. He's not here. He's not even here again tonight. It's my first time in since about 3 years since the pandemic. But I'm here tonight. I'll be here from now on. Lord, my men, again from the community, from the Digital Alliance, and other organizations within our community. I want to say stuff about president. Some sign. I have everything for me from our district. Supporting our district and our city. And I hope you will stand up, step up, and speak up. And do the thing that's right. Vote no.
Christina, very last thing. Jean. Follow David Gomez.
Hi, good evening, Madam President and trustees. I'm here today. I would like you to vote no on resignation with compensation, although I support the resignation part. I'm a parent and I haven't been here for a long time. But when I saw this in the news, I thought it really important that I came and explain just kind of the personal impact, negative impact CCSD has caused me and my family with stress and anxiety. My son has dyslexia and ADHD. as a parent of children with learning disabilities and CCSD, it has been a rough run, particularly with the grading policy, the summative formative grading policy. I did a lot of research on it years ago. Nobody listened to me, so I stopped. I couldn't do anything anymore. But this is the book that it's governed by, and if you read this, it kind of explains how it's for basically very homogeneous classrooms, very small classrooms where there's a lot of control to go back and forth with the students and make it work. But in my opinion, it just doesn't match with our demographic at CCSD. The summative formative it's very exclusive. It pushes parents out. And when it first came in, I said, I don't even understand what these words mean. I'm an educated person. What's wrong with just homework, tests, and I just kept banging the door down, going to PAC meetings, going to SOT meetings, trying to understand what's going on. Why were 3 assignments graded at 80% of my child's grade? And my child has learning disabilities, just to reiterate again. It's been really rough. I haven't met one teacher, one parent, or one administrator that supports that grading policy. So I just want to say I'm excited for a new start. I would love to see proven research-based reading instruction incorporated in all of our schools. Some schools are doing it really well, some schools not so well. I'd love to see reading instruction extended through the 12th grade. Our students come from all over the country, all different backgrounds. If you have dyslexia, you haven't been identified, and you can't read well, it's really hard. My son, when he was in high school, the teacher said, Gina, no one in my class can even read these really basic words. Okay, that's a problem. That's good. That's data. If your children can't read these words in your high school classroom, then provide reading instruction. Just should be something that's supported. Provide ESL for all students whose first language isn't English. Knowing all the policies that govern your jobs here and understanding what you can and can't do is so important. Like refresh your memory on what you can and can't do. Know the new superintendent's contract back and forth. Understand it. Understand what you're proving. And then I just look for a new start where actually parents can be listened to and they can show up at these meetings, and maybe you have way less people show up because there's an avenue for people to be listened to, heard, and responded to. Thank you, and you can reach out to me anytime. Mr. Gomez?
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance president, former deputy director, back, education, father of leadership here in Colorado. Graduated some year very long. Before I start, God, you are the only control of all these things. You like control. That they own you, Lord, they will close it. I come here every day on a daily basis. That's what I feel like. There are times there's a problem, I'm here. Something going on, I'm here. Sex education in 2014, I'm here. Teachers trust issues, with them not getting paid, I was here. But I was here. John Van Dien was here as well. Remember. But I feel that these are narrative issues. And I'm looking at it, and you guys need to really look at this because these are personal attacks. They personally attacked my partner, he thought. They went after that. So, these are issues with people's narrative issues. Oh, they attacked my friend, I'm going to attack him. When he first got here, I didn't want him here. And he knows that. I'm the one that received the letter from Orange County Florida's credit union, and I'm the one that submitted it to everybody. Nobody listened. I agree with Edwin's office. This is a problem, and nobody really listens. And they just want to do what they want to do, or they want to make themselves feel good because they obviously need someone voting. So you're going to take the minority and vote the majority. That's how this is going to run. That's how you guys are going to do things. And then when you have a group of people here that are on one agenda, one item, they are only targeted after him for that reason. That man knows I was after him on the first day. He befriended me and he told me, listen, I'm here to help you children, help everybody else until I said, prove it to me. And he has been doing a lot of things that he's been proven to me. I'm not going to say everything he does is good. Everything he does is well. But paying him and letting him go and moving forward is gonna help this district. Because we're just stagnant. We're like dirty skills, smelly water, just sitting here trying to fight over whether you're gonna give somebody $250,000 or not. But we can talk about all the things that people have done in the district with directors having other people move into their position by weird relationships, and other people walking buses with their companies and their friends, or selling buses to us because they used to be someone here. We don't talk about those things. We don't talk about those things, but we want to talk about Garth and what he did. It's one man, one issue that he's had with the whole district. What I'm asking you is to move forward with this. Oh yes, get rid of this issue and let's go find somebody who's going to do that.
Thanks. We are experiencing technical difficulties with that. Will not be sure moving this meeting forward. I'm going to try to get through this particular item and see if there's something that we did I do? Okay. So colleagues, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and I can't tell who is in queue. I'd love for us to use a hand raising motion. I see Trustee Guzman and Trustee Galapagos in queue. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I want the community to know that they were heard. I feel like when we're looking at this item, I don't think we're looking at the way that Robert's Rules of Order are done. I was the one who made the motion at the last board meeting to move forward and to terminate for convenience based on the board agenda. I appreciate Ed Gonzalez remembering that. And then I also want people to understand, if they read the contract and they read and saw what was going to occur, that we would be spending over $1 million. And I do mention our fiduciary duty all the time. And so when we're looking at this item, we asked council to go back and negotiate. And if you are a part of the labor community, you know that when you are negotiating for someone who is going to be terminated, you as the labor person try to negotiate so that it's a resignation rather than a termination. So when you're taking a look at this, I want everyone to use their to have their eyes open and know that that we did not break open meeting law. We actually turned it over to council and council handled it, and we saw what the terms were when you saw the term. So, but also know that when you're looking at it, this is exactly what was passed on February 7th, what we asked for council to do. So I know that you're thinking that we aren't. We are. We are following the way that an agenda is constructed, and Robert.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Galapagos.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm not here tonight to denigrate anyone, including our superintendent. I'm here to address
the process. And I'm speaking for the community. It's uncomfortable to get messages that use the terms shall gain and they. It's very uncomfortable. So I'd like to weigh in with council, and by the way, I appreciate Trustee Guzman's comments in addressing the process. I do need some clarification on behalf of the community that the item, and I did go back and watch the video because sometimes your memory is not exactly correct. And the motion that was passed, which I voted against, was to terminate for convenience and to negotiate. The item on your agenda today is listed as a compromise and a conditional resignation, not a termination for convenience. So I wonder if we could weigh in with council in respect for Trustee Guzman's remarks to, without basically, we cannot reveal anything that goes on in closed session, where our hands are kind of tied there. And we did turn it over to council. So if we could basically have a general explanation of how termination for convenience became a compromise for a conditional resignation, I would greatly appreciate it. And I think our community, all our community would appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Galazo.
Council?
As explained in the introduction to this item, you guys directed me to negotiate terms for a termination for convenience. The superintendent came back with a conditional counter offer of resignation. The terms were then negotiated thereafter. After the extent of the negotiation, the Attorney General's office advised that negotiations with the superintendent are confidential under NRS 288.220 would not be appropriate for me to discuss the content of those negotiations in an open and public meeting.
Thank you very much, Council Knowledge. So just one brief follow-up, because I want to give everybody else a chance to speak up also. So just to be clear, we're not actually voting just to know strictly on a payout. What we are voting on is a third amendment to the contract, and that is stated in the amendment, is stated in the agenda item. So I know a lot of people are concerned about the $250,000, but we are actually voting on a third amendment necessary to be added to the contract that the superintendent has asked for us to be able to pay him the $250,000. That is all, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, go ahead. Try these mics again. I think we're back on the mics. Let's check that out. So I am victim if there's no additional questions. We are looking for, hang on to the mics here, panels just in case. Looking for a to move this forward. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I would like to move that, I would like to move 3.01, conditional resignation of the superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Brooks. Please cast your vote using the device in front of you. Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues, I think I'm still waiting for a couple of votes. Thank you, colleagues. The motion passes 5-2. We're going to move on to item 3.02. This is an action item. And before we continue, I want to offer the public, if you have not had a chance to submit your yellow card for public comment, please do so now. We do have individuals who signed up in advance, and then a couple of yellow cards. Do you have any more cards coming other than these? Thank you very much. We are going to turn it over to council.
Thank you, Madam President. SC 7 of the board's governance policies requires the superintendent to identify 2 executives to proudly step into the role of interim superintendent if necessary. With the vote on item 3.01 that just following resignation of the superintendent effective tomorrow at 5 p.m., we will have no one with signatory authority to carry out the duties of the organization. As such, an interim appointment is needed to step into this role effective tomorrow at 5 p.m. and act in such capacity until further action is.
Thank you, council. Okay, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to public comments. With the good news is kind of in advance. Mr. Crazy, come on up, please.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished trustees. No problem. Thank you, Madam President, distinguished trustees. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee, and I'm the honored dean teacher and vice president of CPA. I'd like to congratulate you for putting the term interim in this motion, because last meeting it was rather scary to think that 4 people were going to ram this through and choose the next superintendent of the largest school district without input from the business community, from the community, parents, educators, and the voices from the city of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Clark County. And so far, it has appeared that this has been a closed meeting group of 4 people, and they decide the rules. Voices have been quieted more and more. And the very thought of just having someone in a meeting without a search in any way, shape, or form be appointed was horrifying. And I hope that you don't think that that's going to happen without a lot of output from the community. And it does not matter. It is not anything against Dr. Larson Mitchell or any of your other candidates. It is going forward what the process has got to be. We have to raise the bar, not lower. We have to have a more qualified person. Transparent is a word thrown around a lot, but not really defined. We have to have an open meeting and a large gathering of interests in the community to have this seen and done, and have parents have faith in this community. So far, under our last superintendent and this board, we've lost about 30,000 students to charter schools and out of Clark County. That has to end. Parents, educators, community members have to have faith in this process. I thank you for your
Mr. Matt Toronto. Taro. Dr. Taro, followed by Yvette Williams and Kenny Brown.
Madam President, members of the board, senior leadership of CCSD. My name is Matt Taro. I'm a 22-year veteran of CCSD. I teach at Northwest Career Tech, but I've over 31 years in the district as a student, as a volunteer, and as a teacher. My younger sister is a 19-year veteran, and my niece is a teacher at Waller Middle School, so we're a CCSD family. I'd like to speak against this item. I'd like to talk about my experiences at Northwest going all the way back to 2018, so the last 6 years. First, there was the restorative justice policy. At our school in Northwest, we only had kids who maybe would vape in the bathrooms. That was the worst kind of behavior we had. That was it. Within a matter of months, we had fights. Within a matter of months, we had disrespect towards staff and teachers. The devious licks thing came in vogue, and we had kids ripping stuff out of the bathrooms. And we had behaviors that we never experienced before, ever in Northwest. And in my opinion, this led up to the tragedy that happened in El Dorado High School in 2022. If you give children and you give teenagers an inch, take them on. And that's exactly what happened with restorative justice. Next came the open enrollment policy, right? Allowing any kid who wanted to apply to a CTA or a magnet school to come in and apply. So it was a lowering of behavioral standards and lowering of the academic standards. So we had a majority of our kids originally at Northwest who truly wanted to be there. They wanted to be in culinary. They wanted to be in MEC Tech. And then over the last 3-4 years, it's mostly kids whose parents want to be. And again, it's led to more disengagement in the school, right? And less academic engagement in the classroom and more behavior. Right? Then came the grade reform, 50% minimum math. Then came allowing kids to do summative grades again and again and again. I truly had kids who would do no formative work, did nothing. They were smart. They were teenagers. They knew how to work the system. So they did no formative work. They got D's on the test. They got D's on the semester exam, but they passed. They really didn't demonstrate that they did any work or understood anything. They were just smart. They worked the system. And just to show you just some statistics. So our ACT scores, our composite ACT scores in Nevada are 17.2. we're the lowest in the nation. And we scored lower than Alabama, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Mississippi, the other states who had 100% participation in that program. And also, the lead researcher of a study that was done on assessing how well we did on the NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, said this: no one wants to leave poor kids footing the bill, but it's exactly what the path that Nevada is on. So if you look at Clark County specifically, we have the largest losses in the state, right? After COVID, largest losses. Still, we're 3/4 of a grade equivalent behind, and we're half a grade equivalent behind the grade. Right, so I know Brenda Larson-Mitchell has been here, Dr. Mitchell, she's been here for 30 years. I know she's committed to CCSD, I know she's committed to our community, but the formula hasn't worked, the chemistry.
Ms. Williams, are you present?
Good evening, Madam Chair, and all of our trustees. Yvette Williams, Chair of the Clark County Black Caucus. I'm coming up first to just remind you all of the position that we took at the last board meeting around the interim superintendent. That position has not changed. We still feel that an interim superintendent should be someone that is not seeking superintendent, both because it's an unfair to the person who may be serving as interim and not really having an opportunity to prove themselves and in a couple of months. And so in fairness to that process. The other thing that the reason I'm up here today is because it's very concerning. I know it's corporate policy kind of to have a CFO step in and run a corporation, but this is the educational system that you would be responsible for. And given that our CFO does not have educational experience, I'm concerned about that, second name list. We did invite the board to, for suggestions on other names, other individuals that could serve as interim, whether they were past superintendents, or maybe could come back, or other individuals. So I don't know what the trustees have done in your private time. But we will support whoever the interim superintendent is, because that's our responsibility to our students to make sure that we are working as partners. And so we will do that, whatever decision you make today. We just hope and pray that you will have an open process in this selection of our next superintendent, that the community will have an opportunity to weigh in and have their voice heard and their opinions heard. And a lot of us took this very seriously last go round and participated in every meeting. So I hope we have that opportunity again. And before my time is up, I just want to invite you all and the community on Monday to watch the African American History Challenge on PBS 10. We do that annually. It's a great opportunity to learn Black history. Good night.
Kenny? After Kenny, we have Tampa and Cordell.
Good evening, trustees. For the record, my name is Kenny Belknap. I'm a social studies teacher at Liberty High School, and I currently serve as the CCA director. CCSD is heading in the wrong direction, and the whole community sees it. Whether it's the several scandals that are dominating the headlines, the rock bottom employee morale, or worst of all, the abysmal academic results that we've seen consistently seen under the JARA and BLM administration. It's time for a major shakeup of CCSD, and this is the opportunity to wipe the slate clean and begin to do the hard work of earning back the trust of the community we all serve. While you shouldn't have given him a dime, it's a good thing that JARA's time here at CCSD has come to an end. This should mark an end to the failed policies, blatant misuse of taxpayer dollars, the culture of fear of CCSD, and the my way or the highway approach he had running CCSD. However, all of this will continue if you appoint Brenda Larson-Mitchell to interim superintendent, or worse, if you make her the permanent one. From day one of the JAR administration, Larson Mitchell has been in lockstep with JAR and his failed policies. Every wrong turn that JAR has led this district down, she has had her hand on the wheel, forcing us down with us. For example, their failed grading policy. That was implemented not just a few years ago. A policy designed to water down expectations and show kids that it didn't matter if you tried or not. When this policy was announced, myself and several other CCA members tried to meet with Brenda Larson Mitchell to express the concerns of educators going in this dramatic change. We were met with indifference and disdain. She didn't care what educators had to say. She didn't and still doesn't. And still doesn't care of the experience of those of us in the classroom or on the front lines of education here in CCSD. It was her way or the highway, and we've seen where that gets us. Mr. Taro shared some of the stats. Just like Jar, she was more than happy to sit there, nod her head as if she was listening, but when it came to making improvements or adjustments to make implementation more effective or to give this policy a chance, she was having none of it. We need an interim superintendent, that much is clear, but we don't need someone who's going to continue bad policies and ignore the critical failures in them because they don't want to be proven wrong. I urge you all tonight, wipe the slate clean as much as we can, and let's move forward with a new vision and start a nationwide search to find the absolute best for our kids in these classrooms. They have only one chance in education. We've already wasted too much of their opportunity on this administration, and there's no need to continue this mistake any further. Thank you.
Followed by Vicky Cradell. And then Aramis Buffalo. Let's hope I use this right. Autumn Tampa, speaking as an individual. I have the utmost respect for Deputy Superintendent Brendan Larson Mitchell and Chief Financial Officer Jason County. I've been coming to the school board meetings for 15 years now. I've had interactions at school board meetings with both of them. I've had questions or problems and reached out to them. They have both treated me with respect, given me answers, given me time. So that's my personal experience with both. I see no problem with either one of them being. I would probably support Brenda Larson Mitchell a little bit more because of her past experience in the district. I've seen her advocating at legislative hearings for the children, especially our ELL students. And I've seen her presentations here. Gowdy gives presentations also. But I think I don't have a problem with someone who's been with Superintendent Dara being interim. What I realize is that when you are number two, your job is to support the number one. When you are vice president, you support the president. When you are a deputy superintendent, I believe it's to support the superintendent, not disagree with him, but make, happen what happens. So I don't have the same perspective that I've heard my fellow public commenters. I think I've mentioned pretty much everything. As far as I do not want to see whoever is appointed interim superintendent not have the opportunity to apply for superintendent, I think that is absolutely unfair and wrong because they're going to step in with very little notice and take over this monumental responsibility. And I do not think that should preclude them from being able to apply for the actual job. In fact, if that is the case, then I would say don't appoint the interim superintendent because that's not fair. And I believe that Brenda Larson Mitchell would do an excellent job. So I strongly support. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Temple. Vicky Cardell.
Good evening. My name is Vicky Cardell, and I'm leading teacher grades 1 to 5 in CCSD, president of NEA in Southern Nevada. I do understand why Dr. Larson Mitchell is being recommended as interim superintendent. Makes sense since we do need someone in place now who can help us finish out the school year without a disruption. I do want to mention there's also a number of other top level leaders in the district who are very talented and who could support her, make the job easier. Any of us
have worked with some of these people and I already respect and admire them. I am confused about having Jason Gowdy's name in as interim, although I'm sure Mr. Gowdy is amazing with finances. I don't understand how someone who has never run a school, been an administrator, or even been a teacher is qualified to be our superintendent. So we just want to give our support for Dr. Larson Mitchell as interim, and we will be continuing to come to board meetings and advocating for students and educators in the district. Yes.
By Jessica Jones. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aramis. I'm a teacher at Becker Middle School. This is my 8th year in the district, and I came to the district with 30 years of experience. So this is my 38th year as an educator. I want to share with you something that I talk to my students all the time about. I tell my students that failure is part of success. To think that you're going to accomplish something instantly just isn't really very realistic. Understand that on the road to success, we may fail, and we may fail many times. There's no shame in that. I think we need to understand that we, and by that I mean you, have failed. There's no shame in that. We need to start over. I repeat, we have failed. You do not have the support of the community. You do not have the support of the teachers. And as other people have mentioned here, I did not make the last meeting. I had an own commitment, but the meeting before that, I was here and I waited to speak and I listened for about an hour to those gentlemen that were wherever they were in the interwebs. It was about the governance policy and about how you have to listen to the community. You have to listen to teachers. You have to listen to parents. We want what's best for children. Something has gone horribly wrong, and we have failed. I think it's interesting that in the upcoming elections in November, I think several board members maybe are up for election again, re-election. I think we need to kind of look in the mirror and maybe decide to step away. You have lost the faith and the trust of the community, and we need to start over. I'm very heartened to see new members on the board. It's unfortunate that they're not voting members, but going forward, maybe that can change. I did understand at that meeting that a motion had been passed to silence them. And this just doesn't make sense to me. As was said at that meeting, in a way, you're nobody. You're just our representatives. You speak for us, and we have spoken. Yes, I have seen some people here saying that, whoever's doing a good job and they're great, but the majority, the vast majority are saying you have failed. We need a change in direction. There's no shame in that. You need to step away and we need to start anew. Thank you.
Jessica Jones, followed by Camilla Bywater, and James Bailey.
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent, for the record, my name is Jessica Jones. I'm a kindergarten teacher on the east side of Las Vegas. I'm also the secretary of the Carter County Education Association. I want to speak in opposition to the appointment of either Brenda Larson Mitchell or Jason Gowdy as superintendent. The appointment of either as interim would be a continuation of Superintendent Jar's tenure and expelled policies that have left our students from pre-K to 12th grade in a crisis. In her role as Deputy Superintendent, Larson Mitchell is responsible for all teaching and learning functions in the district. In his role as CFO, Jason Gowdy has misled this board and the public to the point where legislative leaders were openly calling for CCSD for not being honest about the district's budget numbers and the money the state has for education. At the trustee work session on February 7th, I spoke about how 61% of our schools are 1 or 2 stars. Efficiency rates have dropped significantly in English language arts and mathematics. Our math data is essentially stagnant, and according to the NDOE accountability report, our chronic absentee rate is about 40%. The data clearly shows that our students are severely underperforming, and that students that are graduating are not college or career ready. Okay, I believe this board should look at, and I have a really hard time that I'm going to say this, but I think that they should look at following the NSHE Regents lead by having an outside person, not the current CCSD administration, fill the role of superintendent. Currently, NSHE is looking to fill the president of CSN with a candidate from outside current CSN leadership, and they're also not allowing the person to be eligible for the permanent position. My friend Sandra Cosgrove said this about the NSHE Regents. She said that they wanted an acting president from outside CSN who could objectively take the temperature of the college and do some review where they were at and while they did a national search. She also mentioned that if someone from inside is chosen as acting president, it could be someone who's part of their problem. And she has recognized that there are morale problems that are affecting the students that they serve. CCSD needs to address this issue. The board should follow the NSHE Regents lead and open up their search for the interim superintendent. And the interim should not be eligible for permanent superintendent. Thank you.
Camila Bywater, President of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, Chair for the National Action Network Education Committee. Vice President is Tracy Lewis. I'm also a candidate for the District E. No to the individual that Superintendent Jara has selected. We definitely need a new policy. This should also be a part of the community process where the community is able to chime in, the school community, teachers, staff, everyone involved should have an opportunity to determine who could be an interim if there was a need. Hey, everyone, let's just throw out some names. Dr. Scavella, Dr. Barton, Trustee Danielle Ford. Go ahead, some more names. Yes. So let's try one of these individuals for the interim. At this time, like I've mentioned before, I don't think that, so there's a song by Tiana Major 9. She says, how can we get a different result in the same space? And the reason that we want the same space of few of the board members is because these individuals will continue, like Trustee Danielle Ford has been teaching us. If you have not listened to her podcast, please do, have been teaching us that these individuals will continue to uplift Chiefs for Change. What is that? To the city of Great Council. Has anyone reached out if any individual have been able to results? If you have not done the research on these cohorts, the city, what is it called? The Council of Great City Schools and Chiefs for Change, if you really have not done the research on these organizations, Jara is the executive, he's a member of the board. That organization did not serve us well. So why would we continue to keep the same individuals who are part of this and who are being mentored by an organization who's not serving us well? If you have not done your research on these organizations, this is the absolute no. So here's the solution. I really did like the solution that was brought up by my friend who was just before me. Pick one of those names to lead us until the end of May. After that, do a community input session to determine who the interim should be till the new board comes in. You all please listen. There is a new board coming on who would love to have an opportunity to their constituents and help to bring a new leader into this district that they could also be a part of contract negotiations. You're about to make a decision knowing there's a new board coming. Think about how you feel. Some of you had to lead a superintendent that you had no choice in choosing, and look where we are today. How can we make a difference in the same space? Please. There are some great recommendations that came around, but absolutely no to Brenda. And I think I called him Jeff, but Jason, no. Thank you.
And so, James Bayless, thank you, Elizabeth Elder, and then Tiffany, Dr. Emo.
James Bayless for the record, so I guess this is the intro. Well, as far as the one superintendent, I think if we pick her, we're gonna be dealing with Jara 2.0, because if you remember everything he did, she allowed. So, and I remember directly reaching out to every superintendent's office about my son's situation, and got to play cricket. So, oh, that looks like I'd be getting to play crickets again. So she probably wouldn't be the best option. Honestly, the only if we would only have to go by the list, man, Gowdy over here more than anybody that I know so much. But if we had to throw a name out there, I actually recommend Hawkins from Case Management. She's very familiar with the SPED kids. She's very familiar with the normals, and she has academics for curriculum. So she might actually be a good superintendent that actually might know what she's doing, especially for all the teachers and kids alike. And she has actual heart and morals, you know, something that's kind of been missing on this panel. But situation is a lot of things have been done that has been majorly overlooked through the years. We won't even go on the fact that 2018, when Dr. Jara closed out those behavioral schools and got our teachers beat down, kids beat down, appointed gang members to certain schools so that you could go beat down more kids. Yeah, I got a memo about that. Jara actually pointed out that a bunch of the behavioral kids collected the gang members and put them in certain schools. So if you didn't like, say, Ian, each school he went to, he was a prime target. Oh, miraculous. Isn't that kind of what we've been dealing with since the 7th grade? So situation is if we're gonna pick an intern, it should be somebody that's familiar with the district and doesn't benefit from the money. That would be a good aspect, because that would be, once again, double dipping world. And we know where that leads. So I think we should probably, if with the interims, if we have to have one and we have to pick one immediately, it'd have to be Gowdy. If the Prince trusts him, I do. So that's kind of where I'm at. You have a good day, guys.
Elizabeth Elder. And then Tiffany Beamel.
Hello again, my name is Elizabeth Adler. I'm the ELL specialist at Sunrise Mountain High School and a proud executive board member of CCEA. I'd like to speak in opposition to either of the two candidates seeking appointment as interim superintendent. In my time as an educator in CCSD, I've seen a trend towards promoting in CCSD based on longevity rather than performance. What I've actually heard an administrator say is he or she will be promoted because it's their turn and not on demonstration of achievement and excellence. Many of our administrators have years who honed their skills in the classroom, mastering their craft, and making the decision from the classroom to administrator, which is no easy transition. Some are very successful and fortunate to have the opportunity in CCSD to advance in many roles in our tenure in the district. That being said, at times promoting from within are the best choice. We have a unique district with challenges and opportunities. Sometimes the qualified candidates from within have been in CCSD for so long that they cannot see solutions outside our massive, shiny fishbowl in the desert. The process of hiring a new superintendent is a long and arduous process, and we often do not find all the qualifications we're looking for. And yet, in the end, a selection must be made. What I'd like to point out is sometimes we need someone who will come in and make change. Change is popular or welcome, but when our children are not demonstrating growth, cannot read or write on grade level, or even 1 or 2 years below grade level, are not prepared after graduation to find gainful employment, balance a budget, communicate effectively in English or in their native language, We need to shake up the current way we're doing things. In 1985, when I was entering the 10th grade, I was 15 years old, my family moved from Wisconsin to New Mexico. And that year, the Albuquerque Public School District hired a new superintendent. My parents are both educators and retired from CCSD. My mother as a pre-K bilingual teacher at Fay Heron, and my father as a special education teacher who later became an administrator and served at Rancho, Peterson Behavior, and the head of the homebound program. So I have an extensive background in pre-K through 12 bilingual special ed, everything. So her name was Lillian Varna. She came in with a commitment to serve the district for 3 years. She said she was going to make changes. She said she was going to clean house where it needed. She was going to restructure where it was needed, make budget cuts, put the money where it would best impact students, and leave the district better and more academically and fiscally responsible than when she arrived. She made the commitment and she honored that commitment, and she left 3 years later. People called her the Iron Lady because they did not like her. What I would ask is that you consider what your goal is in appointing an interim and moving forward in the search process and goals for hiring a new superintendent.
Followed by Shenzi.
Now that the decisions have been made and the checks will be cashed, we have to have grown-ups in charge of the district. It's not that easy though. There are so many broken pieces. We have over 2,000 vacancies right now. That is being advertised and talked about on national television and talk shows. This entire debacle is being publicized and discussed. CCSD is not desirable. We're kind of being laughed about. No matter how much our starting pay is, we need to fix that perception. We can start by fixing morale. I think that starts at the top, with the grown-ups in charge. When I was doing my administration degree, one of the projects I did was on employee morale, and I read a blurb about positive affirmations. I read and wrote about positive post-its, and that stuck with me. Essentially, as an administrator, you'd stop into a classroom for a few minutes, you'd informally observe, smiling, and then you'd leave a positive note on the teacher's computer monitor. Say a few positive words to a few students, and then you'd leave, 5 minutes maximum, and then you'd hit the next room. You made a goal to do this at least 5 times a day because you could take 25 minutes a day to do it. Granted, I took my admin classes back in 2009, and those were simpler times. I know that every administrator takes the same courses and reads the same texts and case studies, and in 20 years I've been in this district, I've never had an administrator who's done anything like this. And it stands to reason to ask why. Temperature checks are important. Checking in with your staff is important. Maybe the district needs to do this right now, in this crucial time. February is known collectively in our field as Burnout Month. I just completed a survey for a doctoral student at UNLV about culture and climate in CCSD, and her questions were so gut-wrenchingly spot on in asking how I feel about this job that it had me crying as I completed it. I didn't know that I needed to be answering those questions. Maybe if the district did this, it would, and asked employees how they felt in a non-aggressive, non-threatening, low-stakes manner, they would be able to get a sense of how employees were feeling, and they could begin to fix what's broken. We need to retain teachers, and I think that an interim superintendent is a good first step. 2,000 vacancies could become way more than that before we know it. Thank you.
Before I begin, I do want to state that I did check the bylaws while I was seated, and I do have express written consent to read the comments of Chris Giuliani, and that is included in the rules. So may I do so?
Submit the consent.
Perfect. My name is Shanzeh Aslam again, reading for Giuliani. Appreciate the addition of the term interim on the agenda for superintendent. The item as written leads to a foregone conclusion that Larson, Mitchell, or Dudley will be put in that place. A backup letter mysteriously appears now, dated February 6th, that in case of an emergency, Kara suggested these 2 individuals. First, this has not been declared nor needs to be treated as an emergency. Second, why wasn't that letter in the backup for the February 7th board meeting? Third, the public wanted a more open process, but this is ignored. Neither of the current selected individuals has the ability to lead this district while a public search occurs. You've had 2 weeks to put together a public forum to seek input for ideas on who to select and what skill set is needed for an intern. You can look at a retired or former administrators, or even a business person rather than someone from Hara's bench. His cabinet have walked lockstep like lemmings and offer no healing nor solutions while a superintendent is selected. Please do not continue adding to the dysfunction and problems. Do not appoint an interim and instead ask for nominees from the public and vet them. Further, whomever is selected should not be permitted to apply for the permanent position. Finally, the item noted for discussion going forward for a search of the new superintendent simply has board policy G3 noted in the backup. There is no reference to a public selection process. It must be public, and prior to moving forward, there must be an attempt to ask staff what they'd like to see in a superintendent, alongside with listening to staff as to what's working and what isn't in the district. An analysis needs to be conducted for the climate and culture of our schools. Once again, these decisions are difficult but necessary. You were elected to make tough decisions, listen to your constituents, delay selecting an interim, and reach out to the public for people willing to serve, and take the steps necessary to an open public selection process. Thank you.
Ed Gonzalez, followed by Dr. Isis Rogers and David Gomez.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Brenda Larson-Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I didn't have much to speak on this item, but as I hear more comments, I feel like we should talk on that. The reason I originally came up here was we have 2 names for interim superintendent. I think the question the body should have when we get into conversation is, if you think the person who's an interim should be able to apply for the permanent position. I know originally this morning I thought it might be an unfair advantage, but that's really a conversation between the body. Do you think if somebody's in that position that they would have an unfair? We have seen in the past that interim superintendents have become superintendents. We had Pat Sporkowski, who was an interim superintendent, who became permanent superintendent without a national search. We had, and I apologize, I may say the name wrong, Wolfels, who was a CFO and an interim superintendent who became a superintendent as well. And so the idea that you can have Dr. Larson-Mitchell, who I don't know, the only conversations I've had have been at this podium, she's an appropriate choice to do. And while I don't always agree with Jason Gowdy, he is an appropriate choice as well, but that's what you want to do. I've been, when I was in school in California, we have had interim where it has been the financial officer just to keep things going. If that's the idea, it's fine. I think when I hear people come up here and say, well, I don't like either of these people. Well, what's your option? I mean, signing authority is going to disappear. And then what's going to happen? It's going to cause even more chaos, just like if you didn't improve the previous. Now, I asked a couple of friends who I think would be confident if they wanted to be an interim for retire. And I just asked them to see, what do you think? And I can tell you, they still haven't stopped blocking it because nobody wants to get into this position. And I understand that. And when I saw the emails, I'm going to be honest. I feel for Dr. Larson-Mitchell or Jason Gowdy if they want to step into this. This community, this buddy, the last few meetings has been patient. We have to come together and say what the next person is going to be. We have to sit here as a community and say, what are we going to do next? But the idea of coming up here and saying, we have issues with this district, that's fine, but we're talking about an intern, somebody who's just going to keep the district going. It'd be no different if something happened to the board president couldn't make it. I think there's a long conversation about who's going to be the person filling in. You have a role, it's going to be probably the number 2, but it depends on what you want to do. And so the only concern that I have is that if this body should have a conversation to say, if you want the interim to be allowed to apply for the position, and if you think you would not show any favoritism. But like I said, in past practices, we have seen that. And so like I said, once again, that's the only reason I wanted to comment, say this body should have. I'll have them when we get to the super. Thank you.
Dr. Isis Rogers, followed by Mr. Gonzalez, even Mr. Gomez.
That President of the Minnesota Lions Association of Southern Nevada. On this issue, I'm not in agreement with that. Not that I have anything against either of these individuals, but on the duties of Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Jara. I just want to read something biblically. Luke chapter 12, verse 1 to verse 5. In the meantime, when they were gathered together and numbered a multitude of people, and so much that they trodden one upon another, he began to say unto his disciples, first of all, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, for they are hypocrites. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, nothing hidden that shall not be known. Will be known. Therefore, whatsoever he has spoken in darkness shall be heard in the height of light. That which is have been spoken in ear in the closet shall be proclaimed upon the housetop. I say unto you, my friend, be not afraid of them that kill the body, and after that have nothing they can do. But I will forewarn you who he shall fear. Fear him, which after he has killed has power to cast into hell. Yea, I say unto you, fear him. And that reference to that is, I understand the situation, the legality, Dr. Mitchell being under his studios, but if he ain't doing right, we for right, am I right? We're here for right. We're here to teach our children structure how to do what is right. If a person not done what is right, then we should call that person incontinent. I know Dr. Mitchell what you have to do, but if Dr. John was going in the wrong direction, you should have pulled his coattail. So Doc, it's not the right direction for our children, not for our community, not for parents either. So don't be afraid of him or them. You better think about Jesus Christ.
David Gomez and Isaac, Councilor Nolan.
Again, David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance president. I heard someone say that they don't want Brenda Russell. I think that we should just go ahead and go with it. An interim should have the opportunity to apply for the permanent position. Again, I don't know anybody that I've met so far since Henderson until now that I've talked to that have gave me a direct answer. And I mean this, gave me a direct answer about her. They haven't told me anything specific about her. I know more information about her than they did. I said, did you know this? And they're like, no. I said, did you know this? I said, wow. You're speaking about someone you don't even know, first of all. So I recommend that you do move forward with it. And everybody that's in here that is speaking, and I know there's a few of them that have been here for a very long time, like Rogers, I implore them to continue to come, not just because of this, but because they need to be here all the time, like I am. 20-some years of no pay, no begging, no crying because I don't get paid. I do what I do because I love God and I serve him first. But nevertheless, I'm looking at people and they're all just like attacking, but they don't know nothing about this one. I feel sorry for her. I feel bad for her. And I don't mean it in a mean way. I just mean it in that way that, somebody come up here and start attacking you, you'll get upset about it. They don't even know nothing about you. They don't know nothing about her as well. I don't agree that we should take someone else that hasn't had the experience in schools to put them in position. But I agree to
Barb is a deputy superintendent. You know, that's what I do, because he's been fixing a lot of things as well too. But that's not my choice. That's not my decision. That's my preference. That is only my preference. Because I've watched single what he's done with kids. And I've watched how he's always been there. And I've watched how he hurt people. So that's what I can say about him. But nevertheless, Mr. Marcy Mitchell hasn't done nothing that anybody can tell me that I have met personally and said, she has done this to me. She has made my family feel like this. She has done this to my child. She has done this to my family at home. And I can't get over it. Nobody can say that. And I haven't met nobody yet. And I've been talking to everybody. Because I don't go and sit in my office all day and then think about what I'm saying. I go out and do it. I don't write nothing down because this is my passion. Because God instills it inside of me first. And he gives me the direction in which I should go. Not what anybody should prefer me. But I recommend that you do give her an opportunity, and thank you for listening last time when I said we needed an intro and put her an intro.
Yeah, thank you very much. For the record, Isaac Barron, councilman of the city of Las Vegas, 30-year educator. And actually, I've served with several of the people right here in this room, and with the parents of some of the people. I've been around here for a long time. This is one of these times, I think, that, quite frankly, if you had the support and the vote of several career educators on the board, you could actually probably come out with a better policy decision. You know, policy rather than politics. That's something that in many levels of government we don't see very often. If the school district had been seen as a paragon of fantastic policy, then anybody who followed on, now the ex-superintendent, they might be a fantastic candidate. That's not what we're talking about here. As a teacher, firsthand, tell you all about the failed policy that CCSD has forced down the throats of teachers and the community. Hey, a couple of weeks ago, I sat here and I listened to a report how, you know, supposedly attended, what's that called? The attendance was up. When, quite frankly, just looking at the attendance count for the city of Las Vegas, it's the same. But yet, you voted to, for instance, to accept it. That's what happens when you have people who really don't understand educational policy. That's a really kind of like a hard, it's a very hard, I think, accusation on my part. But let's go forward here. Look, I almost feel like I don't have to say anything because quite frankly, many of the people that came up here before me actually had the right idea. A continuation of the same people, all the same policy that are not working is going to be the same result. I can't see how there's going to be a change. There's lots of fantastic things you can do. Appoint an interim who will not be allowed, in fact, to be appointed as the full. Hey, look, do you really want to let a fox run the hen house? Look, we have a unique thing here. You can turn this thing around. But as a couple of people said before me, an idea to have a new board, and there's going to be a new board here. At this time here, there's going to be a different board, and they should have the ability to pick the new leader going forward, especially for a city like North Las Vegas, that is the city that is the one that is most likely not to have a licensed teacher in front of their children, and that's a fact.
Robert Holtz.
For the record, Robert Pulse. You know, the whole point of having like a line of succession, somebody steps right into his role. He had Dr. Larson Mitchell and Jason Dowdy as those people. I have no problem with that as an interim superintendent.
I expressed my opinion to the board when I said that the role should probably be split between several people. I suggested Dr. Larson Mitchell and Dr. Martin. No, I haven't spoken to Dr. Martin about whether or not he wants that job or not. It seems like that's something you could ask him. Dr. Larson Mitchell is absolutely qualified to be the interim superintendent. For the choice of determining who our permanent superintendent, I agree with previous speakers who say we need to allow the next board of trustees to make that decision. And absolutely, you have to consider Dr. Larson Mitchell if she's interested in having the job. We are a rough district to manage. The 5th largest district in the country. We are chronically underfunded by $4,000 per student, according to the district or go to the state's own metrics. You know, we also do a lot of amazing things in the district. We need to figure out how to replicate that all across our district. We have internationally recognized magnet programs. We could do that everywhere. In any event, again, Dr. Larson Mitchell is absolutely a suitable interim superintendent. Hell, Jason Gowdy is an absolutely acceptable interim superintendent. Talking about keeping the district running day to day, all of the deputy superintendents are going to do their jobs. That's how these things work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. Okay, colleagues, our microphones are working. We can go ahead and begin a discussion since public comment is over. And I just want to point out here that based off of comments recent, I'm going to keep back off of Robert Cole's comments with respect to keeping our district operations focused and moving forward. This is why this item is on the agenda. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues this time for discussion. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to preclude my remarks by saying that I have the greatest respect for Jason Gowdy and Deputy Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell for their amazing skills in their particular areas. And so none of the comments I'm about to make are in any way personal. Just want to make sure that everyone knows that. Again, I am addressing the process. So I'm going to start out with, to make this as brief as possible. I would like to again call in counsel on this for a question because she stated that if we have a resignation, we do, then we need a signatory. We have signatories all the time that are presented to us in our briefings and the trustees approve that. So I would like to ask counsel in the extended time that Superintendent Hada has been gone, who has been the signatory for all the appointments and all the other things that have been happening in the district.
Deputy Superintendent has been serving in that role at the Superintendent's delegation. He has no power tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Thank you so much, counsel. I appreciate that. I want to say that it would be almost in respect for Mr. Gowdy and respect for Deputy Superintendent Dr. Larson Mitchell. Mr. Gowdy, I know, and Mr. Gowdy, forgive me, but I can't remember even all the extra duties that you completed recently. But I know in my last one-on-one with the superintendent, he did tell me, you know, about your new titles and what you're in charge of, and it's a lot. It's a lot. Mr. Gowdy's in charge of a lot of things. With Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, and I have not heard anything from Mr. Gowdy personally as far as him being interested in permanent superintendent. So I'm going to say there have been no conversations there. I do have the impression that Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell is interested in the permanent superintendency as far as the previous meetings. I feel it would almost be unfair to her with the way that this would look in public from what has been brought up by previous people as far as having not only an unfair advantage, but also she would have to still be basically doing all these other duties at the same time going through the application and the search along with everyone else that is applying. I feel like it's almost unfair to her and her many abilities. The other thing I want to bring up is I have several questions, well, many questions asking about the emergency status. This was not brought up in the last meeting. And so these are, if I'm correct, I believe, council, that these are recommendations from the superintendent as far as two people who can step into the role, but is there anywhere in the clause that limits other options?
There was no, SC7 wasn't used on the February 7th agenda because it was no state of emergency. The termination wasn't to happen the next day at 5 p.m. We now be in a state of emergency. As for your question about the consideration of other individuals to serve in this role, they couldn't be considered today as they're not noticed on the agenda.
Thank you. And so where is the distinction? Who determines whether it is an emergency situation?
It would be the board president of the under the discretion of the local government's policies.
All right, so we have to the president. Thank you. Sorry about that. It's that overwhelming teacher voice here. I just wanted to address something that was brought up by several people in the audience, and I actually had not been thinking about a lot of these lines. We have 3 trustees that are up for re-election that have already publicly announced that they are not going to run for election. The 4th one I do not know, so I do not need to speak for the 4th trustee. So we have at least 3 new positions that are going to be brand new trustees. So I think that those people in the audience who are bringing that up have a very, very valid point to make here as far as determining what is happening now and who is going to be sitting on the board in January. So I just wanted to give credibility to that. And again, we do need to listen to the community. I have not always agreed with Mr. AJ Crabhill, but again, like people in the audience, I full-heartedly agree with him when he said that we must listen to our community. And that's what I personally am trying to do today. And I do hope that all of our colleagues are doing the same. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Trustee Spartas Propaganda.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, Trustee Kavas kind of brought up some of the same points that I was already thinking about, but I was very intentional in listening to and reading the various comments that we received. So thank you first to the community for really taking the time from your schedule because it matters. No, I do not have a vote, but I do have a voice. And so I want to kind of talk us through because I think a little bit differently. And I think I'm a new perspective. It's not about me as an individual. I think of things in a different way. And I think we need to think about our thinking differently about this particular item. Lessons learned the past 5 years have been very, very trying for our community. And I think for me, having been a part of the system and now out of the system and now back in the system, I do feel like I need to express that we need to learn some lessons. And we have a window of opportunity. It's very small and it's very important that we again, I said this at the last meeting about a different item, that we need to stop and pause. We need to be very intentional about this decision and really, even with an interim, consider all possible options. So the question I want to ask is, what is the problem that we are trying to solve? What is the problem? Is it an emergency? And again, Trustee Kavakos presented that piece of it. We know that certain individuals with due respect have been doing the work in the absence of a superintendent. And it's been some time since we've had that individual in this space. We know that the CFO, COO, Jason Gowdy and BLM both have been serving in the role. We are very grateful because we know that schools and students show up every day and they need to be served. We know that staff is there doing the hard work. what are our options? I want to go to facts. So I want to bring up, Edward Gonzalez mentioned that back in the day, yes, I believe I was a student at the time of CCSD. Yes, I'm dating myself. Walt Rolfels and Dr. Augustine Orsi were both serving interns. And that was an option. So here's an option. Why can't we have two, Jason Gowdy, possibly Brenda Larson Mitchell, serve together? Especially in fairness, if either of them want to pursue the position. That's an option we're not considering, and I'm just bringing it up to my fellow colleagues to consider. We also have heard that there are other individuals that would be willing possibly to come back and serve. And maybe they don't want the job, but they want to see us through because we have to finish the year strong. So I will say to you, we are in competition, people. There are other districts in the state of Nevada that are looking for superintendents, Washoe and Douglas. So keep that in mind. And yes, they're not us. We are the 5th largest school district in the nation. But I really want us to find someone that can see us through and that we take the time, because again, this is one small window of opportunity to get this right, to learn the lessons that we need to learn. It's too important. The stakes are too high. I just want to implore my fellow trustees that have a vote to consider all options that we may not be considering.
Thank you for this part of this topic. And before I turn over to Ms. Brooks, who is in the queue, I just want to point out to your piece around facts. As council has stated several times now, this is an interim appointment. There are financial, this is as of 5 p.m. tomorrow, we will not have a superintendent. The emergency is in terms of the signatory. Contracts, certain transactions with the bank needs to have a signatory, and we must have there's an individual designated to help us identify who can continue the operations of the system. And this is an interim, and as a council has shared already, any other individual who would like to be considered would need to be noticed publicly. The future public meeting. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. Try to touch on all the points that I've written down. So to clarify, the item actually has 2 options for succession. It clearly states that they can apply for the position, so that's not debatable. The board requires an interim to move to the next step, so you can't actually do a search until there's an interim appointed. The debate on whether you think it's appropriate to remove the authority of sitting trustees a year in advance, that's a debate for a future date. The board doesn't have an employee to direct at 5 p.m. tomorrow. So if you don't choose an interim superintendent at 5 p.m., you have no one to actually boss on. If you want to move forward, you have to appoint someone. And I think the really key thing for me is that we're supposed to be focused on student success. And in order for students to be successful, you cannot introduce chaos, right? You have to have a plan. There has to be a clear leader. It has to be, the priority has to be stability. So I understand this might be uncomfortable. I understand you might want to have external people come and throw their hat in the ring. Realistically, you don't have anyone to direct at 5 o'clock. So I'm not sure how, this is kind of what happened last time. There wasn't a plan, there was chaos. And because there wasn't a plan, there was a bunch of noise, and it had to be undone because a lot of people at the top were going to quit. So it's really important that we frame this in a manner that is honest about what could happen if you fail to make a decision and you have no actual employee, and because that is your single person that actually leads you to the operation of the district. So I just want us to be very honest about that. I don't have anything additional to add. I am looking forward to the conversation on the next item.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Galvaso, forgive me, Trustee Galvaso.
But you can either raise your paddle or enter the queue if you want to speak. Trying to keep track of this brand new stuff here, you know. At this time, Madam President, do we have anybody else with you? I can't see them now. I'm sure if we do. At this time, Madam President, I would like to make a motion to appoint as co-interim superintendents, Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell and our CFO, Mr. Jason Gavin. Thank you, Trustee Kowalski. Colleagues, do we have a second?
Okay, I have a point of order.
Yes.
Could you actually confirm both of those people want to
Before we.
Right, you can't make a motion or.
I'm not, thank you for that. You're asking specifically right now for us to ask whether individuals would like to serve as individuals, possibly, so item was not written that way. I don't feel comfortable doing that in this moment. We need to take a recess to conduct that out of respect for the individuals. I think more specifically,
just, yeah, clarify, I don't think you can make a motion to dictate the flow part because the people didn't.
Point of order, Madam President. If it is written in the reference materials that both of them have indicated that they are willing, I believe I read that in the reference materials. I believe what Trustee Brooks is referencing them is, if I'm getting this correct, Trustee Brooks, is whether they would be willing to be co-interim superintendents instead of just interim superintendent. Is that correct?
Well, correct, and the item specifically on the agenda states that an active to appoint an interim, not both.
So do we need to take a recess to ask those individuals that are here present right now?
No, I'm redirecting us to state that there is a one or the other choice versus a choice that is not written on the agenda.
Okay,
do you retract your motion?
I do not retract my motion, but I think I hear you saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that I cannot make that motion because it's not agendized in that way.
Correct.
All right, thank you. So may I retract that motion and make a different one?
Yes, Trustee Cavazos.
Okay. Madam President, I would like to make a motion to amend my previous motion and to amend our present item as written to include the possibility and the option of co-interim superintendents.
Trustee Cavazos, that is not, we need to notice that as separate meeting based on Robert's Rules of Order.
All right, well, I thought it was worth a try. Thank you.
I'm glad that you remember those items on Robert's Rules of Order.
Trustee Johnson?
Trustee Johnson, I believe you're in the queue.
Council, now would you weigh in here? Just help us figure out what next step is that in terms of my place.
Yes, Trustee Johnson. The motion would be allowed as noticed under the item, but I would feel more comfortable having asked them only if they desire to serve as interim, not having asked if they desire to serve as but the motion would otherwise be allowed. No.
I'm sorry. So just to be clear, we would need to make pause, be able to ask them, and then we could continue.
We could do that, yes.
Can I, Madam President, can I ask that we take said pause? Because a lot of questions determined are based on what answers they get. So I don't have the question to ask. I don't know what they want to discuss.
I believe that there are colleagues, Trustee Johnson, I believe there are a couple of colleagues in the queue, and then we will make the determination unless there's a.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
believe trustee Watson is in the queue.
No, thank you, Madam President. I will just bring with trustee Cavazos in her motion. Although I don't have a vote, I did want to go along those lines, and I think trustee Johnson is thinking along the same lines as I am. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I would like to ask our board attorney about the motion. I support trustee Bosley asking and utilizing this motion, but I'm having a hard time because we did not approve a flexible agenda. We approved the agenda as written. So I'm having a hard time with you stating that she can make that motion. So can you just clarify? Because under Robert's Rules of Order, we are allowed to approve a flexible agenda, but we did not do that.
There just has to be enough notice to the public, and under NRS 241.020, I believe there's enough notice to the public to decide the motion.
We are entertaining motion at this time, colleagues. Trustee Guzman.
I believe trustee Cavazos has a motion on the floor, and I was going to second it. So that we could go and take a break and ask if that is even something that they would look at. The motion is already on the floor. Unless I'm incorrect, you can tell me if I'm incorrect, but I thought that there was a motion already on the floor.
I believe trustee Guzman took the motion off the floor. We can ask her if there's a motion or something about it.
He amended it. Hello?
All right. Also, do we have a motion? Yes, I did make an amended motion. I was just waiting for a second. And I was waiting for council to weigh in. I believe she has.
And can you restate your amended motion just so it's clear for the record?
Yes, the amended motion would be to appoint as co-interim superintendents Jason Gowdy and Dr. Brenda Lyson Mitchell at this time.
Trustee Guzman, I believe you were ready to second motion.
Yes, I second.
Wait, and just to be clear, there's still going to need to be a recess to check them. And I would advise that you not all recess, but I can recess because
Thank you. Thank you, council. So at this time, council, can we take a 10-minute recess? Is that appropriate? Thank you.
Yeah, can you confirm what time we'll be coming back?
Thank you, council. That is 7:37. We'll be back.
Council. Thank you, Madam President. In speaking to Mr. Gowdy, Dr. Larson and Mitchell, we both have concerns serving as co-interim superintendents due to the high needs of the Clark County School District in providing sustainability and consistency for the students and employees during this time. They also believe that there needs to be one clear interim leader to create consistent communication and expectations going forward.
Thank you very much, Council. At this time, because we have an active motion. Oh, forgive me, you're right. That motion is null and void, given that the members who are in question do not agree to the code. Okay, colleagues, at this time, we either continue discussion or ready for Trustee Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we have an opportunity as a community here. I've heard you loud and clear. Thank you for the emails. Thank you for the phone calls. Thank you as a community being interested in making sure our kids succeed. And thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for stating and asking us what our goal is now in this period of gap that we have. And so for me, I would just like to share with my colleagues that my goal is to focus on the process for selecting the next superintendent. That really is my ultimate goal. And I know that we're on a path. I'm really excited about our plans to engage the community and being able to ask all the diverse stakeholders about the process and making sure that they're involved. So for me, I am concerned about the statutory signatures for our school district. And so for me, I appreciate both of those individuals that have been suggested, but my vote, and I know we're not ready to entertain a motion, but if you were, Madam President, my vote would be for our CFO in the interim to serve as our interim superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Are you seeking to make a motion? Forgive me. I see Trustee Johnson's in the queue, and let me Trustee Adams. Yes, thank you, Trustee Johnson.
So now that we have a decision to make, what's the criteria that we have to use to be able to make that decision? So, John, I recognize that I don't have to vote. I am in a position to vote. But we have a choice to qualify people. How we determine it. So I know, like, there's an opinion people may have. What information can we use to be able to make the best decision?
I'll provide some context to allow members to fill in as well. But for me, as we were looking at the importance of the signatory, is yes, it is this, and it is also ensuring that the district operations continue. We have, from a structure perspective of the organization, there's the deputy superintendent, number 2 in place, and that has been Dr. Mitchell. The members may choose various other factors to deciding which individual to move forward with. For me, I think that those are some of the things to consider. I am incredibly attuned. I've also been on this board for 3 years, so I know that while all members, individuals who are on this list are extraordinary, for me it is continuing the consistent positive trends that we've seen as a result of generally civil to the board around college and career readiness programs, around reduction of discipline data for all groups, the reduction of absenteeism, proficiency, increase the proficiency for grades 3 to 8 mathematics and presentations, and all those being for me the function and the core of our organization. We're focused on student outcomes
is to ensure that we are continue to see those positive trends in our school district. And again, that for me is one of those pieces. Dr. Larson Mitchell has played a huge role in ensuring that this work continues, and I certainly love to see her in that role. Trustee Johnson?
So now, I think that I always like to make sure I have as much information as possible to make a sound decision. I imagine that the superintendent put both names up for a reason. And I imagine both of them had a hand in the results that we just shared. So it would be helpful if we had some clear, objective criteria for us to be able to determine one person should be in this role versus another. And this is how we're going to make our decision. We're going to make it because we have A, B, and C. And one person has chose 2 areas of proficiency, the other person chose 1, and then we're able to, articulate why we made our choice. I don't want us to make it based on subjective data. So is there any sort of baseline criteria that we can set that we can then say, okay, here's how we're going to evaluate?
Yes, and Trustee Johnson, we have, this is really what item 3.03 is. Item 3.02, the current item that we're in is an interim placeholder.
I get that. And so what I'm saying is we still have 2 choices. So this step is an important step as well, because as we just mentioned, we have the remainder of the school year. We want our morale to be strong. We want to have a clear voice, want to make sure our constituents really believe in the momentary direction. It's for us to make that choice today. It's important for us to be able to say, okay, we made that choice because this objective information we have, we're going to use that to be able to then make the choice. Because both of them, it sounds, they both are qualified, they both want to do it independently. So we need to have some way to determine who is going to be that person to do it if they decided they don't want to do it jointly.
And I've given my particular reference points. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Brooks, so she has additional comments, and the members who are in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. Traditionally, when we go through the search process, the thing that we hear most is that the person should be an educational leader. Generally, people say that they should have some classroom experience. In NRS, they actually should be legally able to evaluate other people unless someone else is designated able to do so. The only person that applies to is Brenda Larson Mitchell. I also think if given the opportunity, I actually think Jason Gowdy would prefer Brenda Larson Mitchell to do it. That is my sense. We could ask him, but I do think that there's never been a time in any process I've ever had where we're looking for a leader or discussing a leader that anybody's ever said, I don't want a classroom teacher. I don't want anyone that actually is like an education person. Love Jason Gowdy to death. I think he's done amazing work with numbers, but he's not necessarily an educational leader. He is a good leader in finance. He has definitely made sure that we have cleaned up our finances, and he definitely has some strengths, but I think the strengths that I would be looking for personally is somebody who actually has experience. We're talking about improving student outcomes, and if you are a person who hasn't been in the classroom, you're a person who hasn't supervised a school or been a principal, it's a little bit harder for you to guide the ship in that direction. So while I think that he definitely would make a contribution, I do think that any work that we have geared towards like student outcomes and goals, I feel like that would be plus, right? Because you're gonna have to act, there's gonna be a gap. I don't know if that helps or not.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Watson? Let's do Trustee Watson on the 1 second. There we go.
Thank you, Madam President. two quick questions following the discussion. Are both interested in becoming permanent superintendents after this interim role? Because the interim is just that interim. So I just want to know if either one of them have indicated that they want to be superintendent permanently. Because I think there has been discussion that that will have some type of advantage for them if they were to be in the national service. So that was not heard.
Thank you, Trustee Watson. I want to point out to the item 3.02 appointment as interim superintendent does not preclude the individual named from eligibility for consideration as superintendent. So they are not precluded from serving, being potentially considered and or selected for permanent superintendent. We can choose, or if we choose to. Trustee Watson.
So my thought is that if they're both equally qualified, it's just a matter of who you all will want to select. And I think that if the COO, Mr. Gowdy, is running operations, then that's just as equally as important as the academic side. So thank you.
Trustee Watson. Trustee Mr. Adams, do you mind if we go to Trustee Zamora? Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to say something, Trustee Adams motion.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Trustee Zamora. We have a couple members in the queue still, so I acknowledge that we have a active motion for an interim superintendent, Jason Gowdy. And allow me 1 second just to do some of that. Do you want to be back in the queue?
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Johnson, so just to add to the content, I appreciated that the numbers that we're watching are going in the right direction, right? I'm absentee and going down other things. For me, financial stability and accountability is so important to me right now at this moment in our gap. And so in addition, the phone calls that I've received from my constituents have some concerns on the need by our deputy superintendent. And so I don't work with her as much as I did with Dr. Hada, so I don't know how to evaluate that, but I'm trying to look for no additional growth. As much as I respect her as a leader, so that we can do the process of research involving the community. So those were two of my high points, and in addition to what I was doing, so I hope that helps you.
Thank you. Trustee Navasso? Navasso, everyone? Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we are, I have ideas. You're probably used to that by now. I think we are not looking at other possibilities here, and I want to piggyback on Trustee Johnson's well, that's why they're on this agenda item. Then we can't come back and have someone say, love Mr. Gowdy, but he's not qualified. So I don't think that we can have it both ways. I'm just wondering, since we have so many briefings where we have temporary signatories, stated and approved by the board, instead of rushing through this without, having any input from the community, could we not appoint a fiduciary signatory and be able to get some input with a timeline? If that is not amenable to my colleagues, and I am asking for input on this, if we are going to appoint an interim superintendent, do we have a timeline for how long that interim superintendent would be there? Are we setting some kind of a timeline. And I know that we still have another item to discuss, so I'm recognizing that. But I think here the community is wanting to know, how long is this going to go on? And I believe that we had somebody from the community say, could it be possibly to the end of the school year to allow us to get some input from our educators, our community, our business partners, our students. I have students writing to me about this. So I wonder if, checking in with council, I hope we wouldn't need another recess. I don't want to do that. But would we be able to do that? Because we approve signatories all the time, constantly.
I apologize, Trustee Clausen. Could you restate your question and speaking to?
It's not really a question. I'm just saying, do we have to rush through this? I am speaking to Trustee Johnson's points about having some kind of, criteria, I believe that Trustee Johnson had said. So as far as saying that Mr. Gaddy, I'm sorry, Mr. Gaddy is about to make you a trustee, and I apologize, but that we cannot have it both ways. So I'm saying, can we have a signatory? Is this the only option we have that's here on the table right now?
We do need somebody so Dr. Larson Mitchell is in charge of the superintendent's direction, but he's unable to delegate any direction as of tomorrow at 5 p.m. So if you guys do not select somebody today, we absolutely will need to call a special meeting next week to take an interim, because in the meanwhile, there are things such as contracts, settlement agreements, risk management things that will not be able to be signed. Dr. Larson Mitchell will have more authority to do so come tomorrow at 5 p.m. And also, after speaking to Mr. Gowdy just now, who called me down, I should turn it over to each of them for comments.
That would be fine with me, and thank you for your clarification of that item. It's just kind of, I just want to clarify it for the public, because I've already stated several times that we appoint signatories all the time. Thank you for that, and I think that would be a good thing to do.
Thank you, Trustee Wessels. I want to acknowledge that Trustee Sparta's dropping in over the queue. Can you please put yourself back in so I can turn on your mic? Thank you.
So, I don't want to be that person. I misspoke with the fact that I was not a student. I was a teacher. So someone gave me the math back. Trying to bring a little levity to the conversation. If you know me, that's what I do. So back to the issue. I want to do a little history lesson, because actually we had two superintendents. Actually a superintendent that was not an educator, and that was, to my knowledge, Walt Rook. He was not an educator, and he was our superintendent. I want to acknowledge him. He's one of the really best superintendents, in my opinion, as an educator in that time. Another individual that actually was a CFO in our district and left to another district in the state of Nevada was Pedro Martinez, who is now a superintendent. Not only was he a superintendent in Washoe, he was also a superintendent and now currently in Chicago Public School District and getting some amazing results. So, honestly, I guess I have a question that we know that Mr. Gowdy is not interested in serving as interim. I know it's a motion on the table, but the question, he's interested. Oh, co. He's not interested in the co. He's interested in serving. I apologize. Thank you. So if he served and this were to pass as interim superintendent, then that would provide someone to be able to do and continue with signatory duties, fiduciary duties, and he's doing that currently. And then this deputy superintendent would stay in her role as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I would advise before you guys take a vote to turn over to
Thank you. I hear you loud and clear. Council, I want to just allow Trustee Johnson to be the last person in the queue. Before I turn it over to the individuals who are named. Mr. Johnson,
And I just wanted to just restate, I think we need to make a decision tonight so we can move forward tomorrow. I just want to make sure that as we're making our decision, we are doing it with objective information to be able to make said decision. But whatever that, I'm not going to be required to create the criteria. Whatever the criteria is, let's have it, let's make it known, and then everybody can be on the same page about why they're making the decision. And then we can move forward. I know both of our candidates.
Thank you, Trustee Benson. Mr. Gabby?
Thank you. Jason Getty for the record, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell. I know this is a challenging time for the district. The process based off the policies required the superintendent to name two individuals that have to be qualified to act as interim superintendent. I'm honored to be one of those selections. I feel like I've done a lot of good for the district in the financial world. I appreciate the support that I've gotten from the trustees throughout time and tonight. I think that, you know, I am willing to do pretty much necessary for the district. I've been here just over 6.5 years. When we first got here, we were broke. Trustee Stravagan remembers the cuts that we went through and the challenges we had. And we've made a lot of good things happen. The academic side has shown a lot of the good things that are moving that got mentioned as well. So while I'm certainly willing to do what's necessary, I truly don't believe that I would be the best option. I believe that Dr. Larson Mitchell has been operating as superintendent for a short period of time. And it's not just the academic component, but I know that Trustee Bustamante Adams talked about the financial component to it, which is my utmost concern as well. And this would distract from that. I would not be able to backfill the positions and the work that I need to do on that fully. I would still be obligated. I'd be working twice as many hours or whatever to make sure it got done. That would put a little bit more strain on the financial component in my view as well. So again, I'm honored. I think that, you know, I can do this. I'm not afraid of it. I am afraid of the long time of what I've seen, but it is certainly getting better. But I truly believe that Dr. Larson Mitchell would be a better option in the interim. But again, it'll be your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. Dr. Larson Mitchell, we can move on to you as well.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. I've served in this district for 30 years. I've served as a teacher. I've served as an administrator. I've served as a principal supervisor, chief academic officer, deputy superintendent, and superintendent. I have always operated with a sense of kindness and integrity, morals and ethics, and a passion for education. Always. It has been my honor to serve the children of this district, to serve the educators of this district, and I work hard every single day. I display a relentless sense of urgency on behalf of our children. Our children are depending on us to provide stability in these trying times. And I am willing to serve as the interim superintendent. We have an amazing team in the Clark County School District, an amazing team of educators, employees who give 120% every day to our children. I will always listen. I will always be solution oriented, and I will always be focused on the work on behalf of children. And I appreciate the team. I appreciate Mr. Gowdy, and I appreciate the focus that we currently have on instruction and providing positive, safe learning environments for our children.
Thank you, Dr. Larson Mitchell. Council. Do you have any guidance for this? No, we have an active motion on the floor. And we need to execute the motion and the motion is not moving forward, then we actually council, if that motion does not move forward, are we able to continue providing motions? Right, yes. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, there is a motion on the floor to after hearing from members, from two individuals who are listed on the agenda item, we because there's an active motion on the floor, we need to move forward with the motion, which is to appoint Mr. Gowdy as superintendent, interim superintendent in the Franklin School District, effective for February 23rd at 5 p.m. This motion is made by Trustee Gusonte Adams and seconded by Trustee Benoit. Colleagues, at this time, please use your black box to make your vote. There we go. Trustee Williams?
No.
Colleagues, thank you. That motion does not pass. Excuse me, that motion to appoint. Can you please go back to the no. Council? Thank you. I see giving 3 yeses and 4 nays. So that motion does not pass. Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
I was just going to ask for a voice vote on that.
It is on screen. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. Given the sentiments of the CFO, I would like to make a motion to appoint Brenda Larson Mitchell as the interim superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks.
Trustee
Trustee Williams? Thank you.
I'm
Trustee- That's okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Williams. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams?
No.
Thank you, colleagues. The motion passes 5-2. Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. Thank you, Dr. Larson Mitchell. Thank you, colleagues. This time we're going to move on to item 3.03, long-term planning appointment of a superintendent. Now, this is not an action item, so we will not have public comment on it. However, I want to orient you based on your feedback. I'd like to orient us on moving forward. For the February work session, you shared that you wanted to learn more about the search process based off of feedback from the community, based off of really reflecting on this. I came to the realization that only 2 out of the 11 board members have undergone a search process for a superintendent. The rest of us are new to this space, but really as new members, less than a year and a half of service, and or have never conducted a search process. I want to point you to the reference material of item 3.03. You have a printed copy in your folders. This is a listed documents names of superintendents. This is a file that's a records book for us. And really, the goal here is to ensure that one, I help provide as much information to you as possible, especially for us who have never been through a search process for a superintendent. We provide information, and then use this opportunity to have a discussion, knowing that in the March work session, we'll have a more robust conversation that will help us
potentially make a decision about the type of process that we'll conduct to fill our permanent role as superintendent. At the end of this conversation, I'll also have some insight for you to look at some homework for the future discussion, including asking the seasoned members who were here on the board during the time of transition to be prepared at our next board meeting, work session, to provide us their insight about what works and maybe what they would do differently. So this document here lays out two models that are typically used in superintendent searches: the national model, which is a national search, and typically ranges between 3 to 6 months, and the state and or local search can approximately, again, also be 1 to 2 months. There's some additional sections here that include the costs associated with searches, processes, and required steps for said processes. This is also, I'd like for you to note that while this is a document that has insight based off of searches in the past with the district and just best practices, that some of these pieces can be intertwined or combined, right? Like there really, for the search process for a superintendent is the CCSD. We've heard it already from colleagues, our colleagues, that there have been appointments of interims, there have been national searches, there have been local searches. So we just have an opportunity here to create a process our own. And I'll allow you to, this is your document to review, digest, and then also be prepared for our March work session to be prepared to discuss what type of application process does the board want to engage in. Again, this can be a combination of both national or state or local processes. If really it is interchangeable, members should also be prepared to discuss the pros and cons of any method during the work session. And then the other two items here is to provide additional depth of the conversation. Please research the following items. That includes how governing bodies with authority to appoint members, such as municipalities and town boards, recently selected their most recent hires in the city or county managers. That's a great reflecting point, given these individuals are also like superintendent in many ways. And then we should also consider, and we've heard this from our colleagues here on the dais today, what national and state trends should be considered when making this decision. This is really important as well, given that may inform some of our decision making. Further, again, to our trustees, Trustee Galazos, who have also been here during the past search, and Trustee Brooks, I really would love for you to come to our next work session prepared to discuss what worked during the last search process and what you would do differently from your perspective as a trustee on board during that time. So at this time, colleagues, I'm going to turn it over to you to either provide me feedback on this particular document and or share if there are additional pieces of information that you would be valuable for you to have as we prepare for discussion in March. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I just, there are a couple of things that I think are really good for us to know, which is the range of how much it will cost. But I'm wondering about the time frame and how that was determined. Did it take 3 to 6 months the last time we looked for a superintendent?
It's a great question. I can get more specific. Those are for the last superintendent we had, and be prepared to share that. Okay, for this approximate.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because I believe, and I'm not quite sure that there were a lot of meetings to discuss it, and time spent. So I was just trying to because I was in the audience, I was in fact. So I'm just trying to remember. Okay, and then the last thing that I just I was curious about is if we have if we could have a list of firms, because I think that would be important. What we're trying to look at lawyers. But when I first got on the board, and then there was additional information that came out, I'd like to know who the potential people are that we would be dealing with. So just something to think about.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Trustees Moore?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to ask who created. So all these things can be posted.
Yes, absolutely.
Is there an option to possibly do like a third column that makes it both?
Absolutely, yes.
That would be.
Yes, if there's some additional information that you'd like to help inform that column, please let me know. We can research it to bring pieces of it, we can double this during the work session. Okay, thank you. Great, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'm grateful for this document. Please forgive me. The public and the trustees just received this at about 2 o'clock, a little bit before 2. So I apologize that I have not had a chance to review it, in detail. So I'll just pick out a couple of things here. In the first column, where it says national, it says trustees finalize superintendent search job description. I just wanted to clarify that I heard you correctly, that this is something that we would be discussing at the March work session, not at a regular board meeting.
Forgive me, you're asking me about this discussion of our path forward and actually take that in board session?
Where it says process on page 1. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th item down. I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly. If you said that we were going to continue the discussion at the March work session.
Forgive me, what I was saying about what I meant today is that the superintendent search process will be discussed, will possibly take an actual receiving at the March work session.
Okay.
Our path forward will be just the national search, state and local search, the combination we opposed to.
Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then on the second column where it says state or local, 1 to 2 months approximately. The 4th item, applicants could be pre-screened by board officers to remove candidates that do not meet the minimum qualification. This information is also posted publicly. So that would only be yourself, the vice president, and our clerk, Trustee Guzman, and Trustee Bustamante Adams. That would be doing the removing of the candidates for a state or local search instead of national would be with search firm. Is that correct?
That is an example of what has happened in the past. So districts, we're going to say what we choose in March. We take the time a committee of trustees or something else. Again, the trustees are more point. There's a lot of flexibility here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, as I said, I want to, like as you said, review this with a little bit more time. On page 2 of 2, on the required steps, where it's under, creating an RFP for the search for firm. I think somebody else already brought up that we would get a list of this. Would we be able to work in somewhere? This has been asked by the community. A little bit more background than we had last time. And yes, I will say that myself and Trustee Brooks were the only 2 trustees on the board at that time. And I feel that we could have done a good job. We do take the responsibility for having a little bit more background for the type of search firm that we are looking to hire and the type and the superintendents that they then have out there actually working as a superintendent. So say that we picked Smith and Associates, that we're able to have a little bit more information. Which superintendents has Smith and Associates posted in what cities and how are the superintendents doing? So I'm just kind of spitballing, just throwing something out there from the previous experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Galassos. Appreciate that. I think one thing that comes to mind, I'm so glad that you mentioned that about our process. In order for us to, maybe we can have a list of the previous superintendent search firms that we've used. Without really having an RFP process, our RFP decided upon, we can come before the board, before the committee, and decide. Will absolutely future firms may need that in order to decide whether they want to also get to this, right? So just something to keep in mind. RFP process would require us to have the decision to inform this groups. Yes, Trustee Galassos.
I really appreciate that. That kind of clarifies what I was asking. And again, I just want to bring up the point, and this is not meant to be where we're taking away the power of the present board. If we have 3 board members who always say they're not going to be running, so they're not going to be here, we're going to have at least 3 new board members. I just want to keep that in mind when we are doing this and when we're looking at our timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Galassos. I just want to make a point of privilege here. You currently still have the board members in this meeting, even if they decided not to serve in the future, they're still here and absolutely still voice the decision to try to take something. Trustee Samantha Adams, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate you starting a conversation. Thank you so much. Some of the things that I would be interested in would be how we're going to incorporate our student outcome focus. In the process, I would also be interested in how we're going to get community stakeholders involved in terms of the criteria for us to move forward. And then the third thing would be the criteria for somebody that understands the culture and which public comment they said in them, but we're lost and we're different and unique and very special in so many ways. So I would be interested in some of the and so their success rate of placement for programs.
Thank you. Thank you for that experience. I believe that I can help maybe look at parallel school districts that are having the search while also looking at student outcome focuses. And maybe there's some information there on these parallel school districts that have community engagements, some other stakeholders, involving them in the process. So there's, I also implore us to do that research as well, on our own, but I will certainly do my best to pull as much as I can. The criteria for search firm, that maybe something that we will have that we make the decision for. So we're very much towards it. Johnson?
Yeah, in addition, can we think about ways that we might be able to ask for skills-based assessment of this person? So I imagine that it's been done previously, was laid up, and I know we can create a third column if we can get some information on whether any other districts have asked their candidates to be able to demonstrate said skills as a course of presentation, which is helpful. Like other ways that we might be able to assess their level of efficacy, us be able to see that demonstration come through. So if there are other districts that have had a creative skills-based assessment of their candidates, we also see if there's that, and I'm happy to do research on my own, but also that could be within somebody who provides.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I think that's also a really great point for our board. We are here to discuss possibly during the work session with future ones, what's the lead specifically of our supervision. Thank you for that. Notes. Trustee Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. As you were talking about parallel school districts, can we also look at school districts that are not part of the Council of Great City Schools? I know we use them a lot, but we would like to see more. And then the other thing that was we somehow use the climate culture study that was done last year and they not. There's a lot of information in there.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora, point of clarification, the parallel school districts do you mean in Nevada? School districts in Nevada?
No, it would be national.
Majority of, so similar size school districts are not urban. I think the majority of them are council school districts. So I can look into that. We'll see if there's school districts that are our size, like the next four on both sides in terms of size and members of the school. Yeah, so just something to keep in mind. Because, yeah, there are several school districts. Yeah, very good. Thank you all look into that. And I encourage you to take it back. Dive into it. Trustees Sparks stop again.
Thank you, President. So, a few things, because again, I want to say that I repeated late today. And so, although I appreciate having a guide, I really I would need more time to really get into this. And I know that we will do that in one session, but I want to put out that we ourselves did not have an opportunity to weigh in or view this, but it's a beginning. So this is definitely a starting point for us. My questions are this. I have done some research on some search forums. There are like 20 out there. And I would like to entertain Stephen Gordon's comment about we do not want to eliminate and just think of ourselves as a large urban school district because there is talent, perhaps, that is out there and ready to serve. If we are casting our net wide, we are the largest school district. And I think that definitely needs to be acknowledged. So I want to definitely note that national searches, I think, it has to be done. The second thing is what I'm a little concerned about is you mentioned potentially who would be on a potential committee. So I would like it on the record that I would like to see a balance of those that would vote and not vote, because I think the non-voting would bring a different perspective. And I think that's something we need to consider. The other thing is, are we considering surveying the community in some form of fashion, including students? I would like to hear from the voice about what they would like in their next year, in addition to, of course, educators and principals and all levels of administration, central office, support staff, anyone that works in the district. The last thing I wanted to just put out is I'm concerned about the screening. The screening, and I say that because the search firm will determine 3 to 5 potentially top candidates. I want to do due diligence, and again, I want to go back to my previous comment. We need to learn lessons from what was done. We do not want to repeat that. If we are going forward, we need to look at all candidates. At a minimum, I'm putting it on record that I would request to see all individuals that are applying. I don't want the firm to just weed out candidates without us having the opportunity to look at those people that are interested.
Thank you, Trustees Sparks, stop again. But definitely lots of things to keep in mind if we're company discussion in March. On the length of time, for example, something that nature, additional screening of all the candidates would look like. You know, and whether the search firm would want to do too, if they want some questions to think about and be prepared to discuss in March. This is next week. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to bring us back. The task is that we're framing a future conversation, not having that conversation at this point. I would add to that, one thing I'd like the board to consider is our direct impact on whether or not we are going to get a large group of candidates based on how we do the process, how we actually engage in the work. So I think that's a reflection point. I also think a reflection point is the impact on the work that we're doing with the council as far as redefining goals and what's the impact to that timeliness, given this redirection of our focus.
Thank you, students. Appreciate that. The impacts of student outcomes were Trustee Satori?
Oh, yes, I was really just going to piggyback a little bit on what Trustee Seymour said. Same thoughts. I really wanted to know how the firms would market positions. So my question was to prepare for the meeting in March. If that list that we ahead of time, website.
Yes, and there is a limit on if the board should be prepared in March to make this decision, we want to pursue a national search. If we want to pursue a national search, at that time we would direct potentially Joe Caruso or the officers or committee, or whatever it is, to create criteria for the search firm, and then we would potentially come up with certain firm options to be selected by the board. So there's just multiple steps here in this process. So, well, I know that we've had there's easily 20 or more search firms. There's still decision points to make this happen. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make it very short. It's been a long night. First of all, since this was a discussion only item, I had some folks that were still a little confused about why they weren't able to, to be able to comment before we had our discussion. And that's because that would only be on act tonight. So I want to thank those folks that have signed up for public comment after our discussion for hanging in there. I just want to make a statement that this is so important to the entire community, to every single part of our community. So it cannot be a process that we just kind of like, what is the easiest thing to do? We have to make sure that all parts of our community are included and that all of us here on the dais have a chance to weigh in. I know that this is just step one, this is the beginning. And again, yes, we do need a little bit more time to look over this. And I absolutely thank Trustee Satori for bringing that up about being able to have that material so that we are prepared for our community leaders to listen to the direction that we want to go with path. So thank you so much, and thank you all for hanging in here.
Thank you, Justice. To be clear, we will not be bringing some list of search firms that could potentially work with us because we need to establish our criteria for an RFP. However, I can bring up potentially some past search firms that the district has worked with in specifically their costs, potentially a contract deal and stuff online. Trustee Watson, I believe you were in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I think you just answered my question I was going to ask about who have we used in the past and what was the results?
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. And Trustee Williams, I don't want to give you, I want to make sure I give you a chance to weigh in as well if there's anything else.
Thank you, Madam President. I have so many thoughts and comments about this entire reason. I just think we should all be really cognizant that this is not technically just an urban school district. We have many rural communities that tend to get left out of the conversation when we are looking for new talent. So I just want to keep that in everybody else's mind. And if we're truly looking at getting all of the community involved, there's gonna be a really expensive process to do that too. However, I also want to caution that there is a limited amount of time to do this, because you do need to get a new superintendent in there if you don't want to keep the interim prior to the school year, because that's how you start off the school year strong. So just wanted to put those in my comments, but I think we'll probably keep the rest of it for the work session. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. I look forward to having a more robust conversation after you've invested this item, this document, and please be prepared to come to the meeting to discuss the two items that I shared, along with the special extra homework to our colleagues who have been on the board a little bit longer than all of us in the search process. I'm prepared to discuss and share your learned. All right, colleagues, we're now going to move on to item 4.01. This is public comment on items, action items on the agenda. We're going to begin with those signed up in advance. You're crazy. You're first, followed by Walter Jones and Peter Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, for the record, my name is Jim Craven. I didn't think it was possible, but I'm leaving this meeting with less faith in your ability than when I came in. And to hear you say, if we have a national survey, if, and the things that go with it, with all due respect, Madam President, if anyone thinks that we're heading in the right direction as a school district, there's a level of delusion that I'm afraid of. You have not been paying attention to the last year. You have not been paying attention to the thousands of angry educators and parents who said we are going in the wrong direction. I shudder to think what would happen next year in Carson City with Dr. Larson Mitchell and yourself going up to represent CCSD, saying that, hey, we're just one big happy family and all things are going great. It's not the case. Trustee Brooks talks about stability being good for kids, and I understand that. Well, I could say right now that the Titanic's very stable at the bottom of the ocean, but it's not a place where I want to send my kids. And I would strongly suggest that we start a national search immediately from the outside, that you listen to parents, community interests, educators, and students, that you listen to the voice of the 4 appointed trustees and the energy they bring. I thank you for your time.
Walter Jones, the third. Preference, Yvette Williams, followed by Kenny Bellmer and Autumn Sam. Yvette Williams, Chair of Park County Black Caucus, for the long night. I just wanted to say, I'm not going to take up much time at all, but I did want to just stress the importance of us having a superintendent in place before the start of the school year, which really only gives us about 5 months. So I know that that's going to mean kind of an accelerated timeline, puts a lot of extra pressure on all of you, but to disrupt our start of the new school year, changing the superintendent, if that's to occur, I think is not starting off the school year with stability, and I think putting us back where we are right now. So I would just encourage you all to really take a look at how you can maybe escalate this process along. I know staff is overwhelmed already, but I'm sure they're as anxious as we are in the community to right the ship, so to speak, and let's get back as a family working together as one in this community. We really need a lot of healing, and we're looking to you to help to provide that leadership. And that goes to also to Dr. Larson Mitchell as well. We look forward to working with you in the next few months. Good night. Followed by Autumn Turner.
Good evening, trustees. For the record, my name is Kenny Belknap. I'm a social studies teacher at Liberty High School, and I currently serve as the CCA treasurer. The decisions you all have made tonight are significant and are just the starting point for a much needed change in the Clark County School District. In starting this process of change, I believe there are three components this process must include to yield the best results for our kids and the community we all serve. We must have a thorough, transparent national search. We must cast the net as wide as possible. We need to get all of these candidates that are available out there to come in here, present their vision for what they can do with this district and the resources it has. We need to have higher standards in who we're hiring, and there must be extensive feedback from the community and educators who work on the front lines. If we want the best person for this job, we need to cast the net as wide as possible. And we need to look at people from all across the country with proven track records that can put CCSD on the right track. People that have run school districts before. We would be selling our students and community short if we only look in-house, and hiring someone currently here at CCSD will do nothing to build back the broken trust that exists. A thorough, transparent national search is the only approach that should be considered in this selection process. The answer isn't just picking someone from outside our school district. We must have higher standards in the selection of a superintendent. We need someone with a track record of success, not just someone with potential. These candidates should have a history of teaching in the classroom, not just a short pit stop of a couple of years. History of success at the building level, building principal level, and most importantly, a record of improving a district as a whole. It will be challenging, but this decision matters, and it shouldn't be one that's rushed for convenience. Finally, you have to include this community and the educators in a meaningful way, not just lip service. Earlier this month, you all had a presentation from your consultants about the importance of listening to your constituents. It's time to put that to good use. So I encourage you, get into your districts, meet them. They're nice people. I've met several people across the valley. I doubt some of you have. You also need to speak with educators all across CCSD and not just the ones who have personal relationships. It's about building back the trust that Jara and Brenda Larson Mitchell's leadership has caused. No one in this community trusts what comes out of CCSD's mouth, from anyone here in Clark County all the way up to Carson City. It's time to build back. We have to come together as a community, put this ugly chapter behind us, and do what's best for our students. Thank you.
Maybe Cardell, followed by Jessica Jones, and no, I wanted to. Good evening, we can Cardell for the record. The search for a new superintendent for CCSD is of utmost importance. Right now, the priority must be to try to retain as many of the licensed educators as we can in the school year. We're facing an extremely critical shortage. Then we must work together to find just the right person for CCSD. After everything we've been through, the COVID and other events that have happened, we must do a thorough search and find the person who's the best fit for us. We need someone who can build trust and repair the division hurting everyone. And what the community does not want is another Brody or a Chiefs for Change person. We also do not necessarily need someone who's being groomed by the Council of Great City Schools. They're asking you to do right by the staff and the students of this district. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Jessica Jones, kindergarten teacher, secretary of CCA. The issue of finding a new superintendent is a community issue. We need a clear process for selecting a superintendent that is transparent. During the February 7th work session, the consensus from the stakeholders attending was that they were shocked that an agenda item could appoint a superintendent without any metrics or qualifications, no nationwide search, nor any real community or staff input. This board needs community buy-in. I'd like to highlight how the approach that the Douglas County School Board just took was disastrous. Earlier this month, they attempted to appoint a superintendent, and that person's background included an arrest for DUI, accusations, financial mismanagement.
of district funds, sexual harassment, all when he served as the superintendent in California. It took a very strong public outcry to get the school board to reverse their vote and open their search. Clearly, that is not a process, nor a perceived process that we want by the public here at CCSD, and that's why transparency is very important. Washoe County School District is currently conducting a nationwide search for a new superintendent and emphasizing on the importance of gathering public feedback. Our children are severely underperforming, and 30,000 children are currently sitting in classrooms right now without a licensed educator. They can't wait any longer. I hope that this board develops a process that consists of multiple meetings to seek community, parents, student, and educator input, while also raising the standard of qualifications for a superintendent. Because without stakeholder buy-in, whoever is selected in this position is being set up to fail. If that person fails, then all we're doing is failing our kids. Thank you.
By Waters. James Baines. Elizabeth Alder. Dr. People.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Beagle for the record. Teacher burnout is real. It is isolating. It's the worst feeling because you cannot be all the things and you feel like a complete and total failure. This job you were super excited about, this job you loved and had passion for, you could not wait to tackle when you graduated, now fills you with PTSD and dread. Teacher burnout is real. There are many things one can attribute to this. Lack of consistency, autonomy with every single school in the district doing things their own way, no set policies, no transparencies, entitlement across the board with everyone wanting all the things without earning them. And then there's the lack of fun. Piling on more work without taking any work away, expecting more without taking, wanting more without taking, needing more without taking is a lot. The first time I came before the board, I described an average workday for myself. The over 8 hours it takes me to grade one class of work. People told me I was exaggerating, and I got hounded all over social media, but still I stand here talking again about teacher burnout. It is real. We need consistent policies for all schools. Behavior policies for all schools, not lollipops and pats on the head, not waterboarding for suspension. There's got to be something in between. There's got to be better ways. We need cell phone policies, and we need them now, not next year, now. Teachers have been behind the 8 ball all year, and we have no support. We need help with attendance, now, not next year, now. I spend a lot of time emailing and calling parents and chasing kids who I haven't seen yet this semester to be met with disconnected numbers, time I could be spending grading. We need a break. Something has to give. The new superintendent should come from Vegas. No search that will cost millions of dollars. No council of great city schools. No extra money. They need to know Vegas. They do. They need to understand our city. On the website, Council of Great City Schools posts that they serve 17% ELL students. I have more than that in my first period alone. The new superintendent needs to be beholden to our stakeholders and students and the teachers and the staff. They need to come from the trenches and not be in the pockets of anyone else. No more throwing good money after bad. Look at the schools where things are working here and let's replicate that. Look at the pockets of greatness here and get those teachers to share the gems of what they're doing. We don't need to know what they're doing in LA or Houston because LA and Houston are not CCSD. Transparency, consistency, no extra money. Get rid of the mindset that we need to mimic someone else because we do not. It was a very failed experiment, very expensive experiment to mimic Florida. And our students, teachers, and stakeholders are going to pay for it. It will take a long time to undo what's been done here. But with the right leadership, we can do it. Please take the time to find that and listen to the people that need your leadership.
Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Chris Denigro. I'm an educator in the Clark County School District, as well as a CCEA executive board member. First and foremost, future of educational system here in Clark and well-being of our students. As many of you are aware, we are facing significant challenges within our school district, challenges that have persisted despite our collective efforts to overcome them. Today, I stand before you not just as an advocate for change, but as a voice for the countless students whose potential is being stifled by the failure of leadership. For far too long, we've witnessed the decline of our district under the guidance of our former superintendent. I do say former. The evidence of this decline is indisputable: dwindling test scores, crumbling infrastructure, disheartened educators, as well as apparently AC units that don't. Our schools should be beacons of hope and opportunity, but at this time, it does not feel like that at all. It's not a fate educators accept, nor is it what our students deserve. The job of the superintendent is entrusted with the sacred duty of nurturing the minds of our youth and providing them with the tools they need to succeed in an ever-changing world. Instead, what we have seen is a pattern of incompetence and mismanagement that has led us to the dire situation. It is abundantly clear that the time has come for a change. We owe it to our students to provide them with the highest quality education possible, and we owe it to our community to ensure the schools are places of inspiration and excellence. This cannot happen under the leadership of someone who has failed to live up to the responsibilities of their position. Letting go of the current superintendent was a step in the right direction, and hopefully will upgrade the ship a little bit, giving a brighter future to our district. We must have the courage to acknowledge when something is not working and the determination to take decisive action to fix it. That's how it works in the classroom. We know we're not doing well, we change it, we fix it. We need to set high standards and make sure the next superintendent is well prepared to take over this challenging district. District is very challenging. We have a lot of things to fix. Hopefully we can find the right candidate. It's time for a change. We need to do a national search for an ally to every stakeholder involved in the Clark County School District and who has a vision to take us to the next level. We cannot just keep doing the same tired thing over and over again. I'm tired of the excuses, the lack of communication, the overall lackluster performance. It's time to shake things up and bring in someone who's truly dedicated to making our district the best it can be. We have over 300,000 kids that are counting on us to do the right thing. Cast that net far and wide, people. Make sure you do a good job in your search. Bring home a great leader for a great district.
For the record, Ed Gonzalez, once again, I apologize, Madam President, I have not spoken this many times in the meeting. But before I get started, I want to congratulate Dr. Brennan Watson for being appointed the current superintendent. I believe you're the first female of the whole. Before I get started on superintendendent search, I just want to do a reminder that March 4th through 8th is September people. And so we have a lot of people here who care about education. If you care to reach a school, feel free to reach out to the local school. You know, Pick Elementary sits on the northeast part of town. We're pretty isolated. Last year, we had over 50 people attend. I'm pretty sure the principal association can get that on their house. We're already at 40 plus. And what it is just, it's a challenge because I was told you can't get people to come to the site. You just don't buy. Because this time I did invite our trustee and we can. But we invited people and I encourage if you want to go elsewhere in schools, they just want to go. Like I have time, I'll better read it others. Onto the superintendent search. What I like about this is the last time we had a superintendent search, much different position. The district was in a large financial deficit, but I think Jason Gabby has mentioned. In fact, we had a point where two organizations, Nevada and Mountain Chamber, were willing to pay for the search. And the biggest conversation the board was having is how to prevent people from having undue influence. I want you to keep that in mind as well as we go through the search. You want to have community input, but you don't want certain groups or just everybody to have undue influence. You want to hear from the community. I think one of the things that I've heard is the community wants this, right? You don't know. I can tell you what my opinion is. That doesn't mean the community is. And second, the idea that you guys, especially the elected trustees, have not talked to constituents. You guys run for office some multiple times. You individually have talked to more people than this. Many of us in this room. So we have to keep that in mind as a person who's worked on campaigns. But the idea also is that when we did the superintendent search, we hired Dr. Jara. It was in May of 2018 in an election year. So I'd advise, let us not wait a year. Try to do like a William City as soon as possible to school. That's important as well. And then also the idea of searching wide and far. I think it's good to try to get more people. I do appreciate Trustee Zamora talking about different ideas, right? Like, if it's a big, if it's a superintendent who is like in Colorado, we have in a smaller district, they need you the one we might be interested. We might stick to the interim if we want. But we have to look as far as wide as we can, but also keep that in consideration. And so I know we'll move to the next process. And I guess the final thing I have is that we have these community meetings, the ability to reach out to different groups, especially in our communities. But we have like Zoom and some of the other aspects, we can get better feedback from those areas to the community. And with that, Madam President.
Followed by Trevor Parrish and Dr. Assessor.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm a binder for the record. So when we have like $1 billion in ESSER and our money up for community input, look who turned out. Everybody, just not everybody, right? So all we have to do is open the door. We'll come. Whether that's parents, educators, business people. You just have to provide the space, the door, and the invitation. It's also career week coming up right before reading week. So if you haven't reached out to an elementary or middle school or the school hosting that, they are looking for people to come in and inspire some of our youth into future careers, no matter what they may be. 2 years ago, maybe a little longer than that, when they first were talking about putting appointed trustees on this board, I was feeling against it. I know a few people in this room that stood with us and advocated very heavily for that to happen. However, it's February 22nd, and less than 45 days, what I've seen from our appointed trustees has completely changed my mind. And as I've sat here listening over the last 2 weeks, I cannot imagine where we would be sitting if those 4 people had a vote. I don't think we've even whatever. So maybe that's just my fantasy and I'm gonna hang on to it. But I will say that I think as we move into this joint interim, that I will be advocating and giving you your vote. And I know under the law, we can't do less than the law asks, but I know that we can give you that vote should they want you to have that vote. You deserve that vote. Absolutely, hands down. I didn't know any of you before you were appointed, and you have my utmost respect. Your questions, your inquiry, your thoughts, your additions, because before you four, you were right here. You were us talking to your council members and listening in, maybe at home right now, tucking your kids into bed or whatever. You couldn't speak from that side, right? So we come here, and so yeah, maybe we're some, not the last couple of meetings, but most of the time there's less than 10 of us in this room trying to be that voice for our community. It works sometimes it doesn't, right? We're not all always right, but I believe you four deserve that vote. And I didn't think I would ever say that, so I think that means a lot. And I don't think that we need to wait until another legislative session to get us there. Thank you.
President, board members, I'm Bishop Dr. as well as the teacher for my son and missionary food ministry, incorporated, also president of State Line. I've been attending this meeting pretty soon. And I come each week and with one thing in my life for you. That's the opposite. I say it very loud. You wrong, no person wrong. We need to look at our community. We really need to take our community in consideration. What they say, what they do. We are out there constantly. We're out there more than you are. But we are mom. I have a congregation that I talk to. They talk to me. Others talk to me. I go to school. I visit school in this Clark County. The resident of Clark County is 63 years. I didn't come here yesterday. So I know about this community. I was in Augusta and the Las Vegas School of Las Vegas. It's you. Not that, no, not me. I wasn't looking for that. I was doing it because I love my community. I did it because I love my students. And I love those who are in the community. We want to have a safe community, we want to have an educated community. Those we're going to select outside, I think we need to see that resume, see that success in that resume, what they have done. And I think they need to come before the public. Let us hear them. Let us see what they have done and their prospective job. We do things negligent. We don't seek out the things that need to be seeked out. That we would know that individual was he or she might be capable of doing or not doing. So we need to do this search. We need to have them to come. We need to see that resume, as I said earlier. But number one, you have a board. You knew board members coming on. It's a great thing. Good to see some new faces. Like what you said, Mr. Johnson. I like all of what you said. We need to come together. We need to trust each other. We need to trust each other. I see a lack of trust. I said sometime back, I said, I said, this board at that time needs a council. I told him I would do the council. I only had one board member, right there, two. Dr. Linda Young, and Kabak. I take council. Nobody else. We don't want to be corrected, but we need to be corrected on the right note that everybody can learn to love one another and trust one another. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Cherish. By comments. And
Thank you. Good evening, President Garcia Morales, members of the school board. For the record, my name is Trevor Parrish. I'm the manager of government affairs for the Vegas Chamber. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of the Vegas Chamber to speak on agenda item 3.03. As a longtime partner and advocate for student achievement, the Chamber strongly urges this board to adopt a national search strategy to select the district's next permanent superintendent. The superintendent is one of the most important leadership positions in our state. The superintendent is responsible for overseeing an education system that has a profound impact on every aspect of the community, economy, and lives of our residents. It's the largest and broadest business-focused organization in Nevada. Our members depend on CCSD to help graduate students who will be prepared for the workforce. The quality of our education system is also important to attracting new businesses and industries. It directly impacts the work that the Chamber is involved in, which is to help attract new businesses to Las Vegas, to help existing businesses grow and expand. The students themselves depend on the superintendent to make sure they are getting the best education possible, so they will have a solid foundation to build a prosperous life and many opportunities. We have an obligation to ensure that every student has the opportunity in front of them and they can achieve. A national search will give you, the board, the opportunity to explore candidates who would bring fresh perspectives and new best practices that have been successful in other areas of the country. This decision is too important to be limited by geography, familiarity. Rather, is a chance to be bold and visionary in our approach when looking for the next superintendent. Earlier this month, the Chamber held a K-12 education forum attended by many business and community leaders who care deeply about the future of our students. The sentiment was clear. The next superintendent should have a proven record of performance-based factors such as college and career readiness, math and reading proficiency, student performance, increasing graduation rates, and being student-focused, showing accountability to parents and taxpayers. They need to be a leader who inspires our teachers and support staff to do their best, who is trusted by parents and respected by stakeholders and policymakers. A leader who is driven to create the best school system in the country is results-oriented and dedicated to serving our diverse community. Yes, this is a tall order, but to find the right leader to help you transform CCSD, we must be in high. The Chamber is committed to being a partner to help achieve that. To assist in this important mission, the Chamber recommends that a community advisory committee should be utilized in this process. This advisory committee to the board should include representatives from our diverse community of teachers, parents, business leaders, support staff, administrators, and community stakeholders to help guide this board in the decision-making process for the next superintendent. The 300,000 students in CCSD depend on us to work collaboratively to find the best superintendent. The chamber urges you to conduct a national search for guidance from the community. By other board. Thank you for your time.
Followed by Rachel Bruder.
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance President. I want to read this to you. Whoever it applies to, will be it. You adulterous people, don't you know that friendship with the world means committing against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend with the world becomes. I choose not to be friends with people of the world, especially my people. And that's mine, walking my way, and I'm not going to change. But, you know, I want to talk about some of the things that I feel. I don't like calling people out, so I'm going to use these terms. I believe that these trustees that are up here, in addition, are doing a little bit of underwork. Doesn't apply to you, don't get offended. If it does, put those shoes on and get to walk. That's how I feel. So I see some undermining. I'm watching, I'm perceptive about what's happening up here. And I'm watching very closely. Voting versus non-voting. They're talking and they're over talking and they're telling them what to do. Basically, I'm listening, I hear the words. You should do this, you're gonna do it, we must do it. It's not how it works. It's not how that works. It's a recommendation. You talk to a person. But you know, there are some people that are sitting up here that Isaac Barone could not sit up here. The thing is, Isaac Barone could not sit up here because obviously he works for the school district. There is a trustee up here that has and is working for a company that is collecting money from the school district, a large, substantial amount of money from the school district. But yet they're still sitting up here. How did that weekend go and attack Isaac Barone and tell him he can't sit up here, but some steel company can have someone sitting up here that is in conflict of interest in the same manner as? So when I look at some of these things, I'm trying to figure out exactly how the friendship thing works. Because I was appointed and asked to be appointed to the city of North Las Vegas as the council by the mayor, and I declined. And the reason I declined John Lee is because I told him, I am your friend. You don't do this to somebody that's trying to work their way up in the ranks. You don't do this to somebody that's trying to get there and be the person that's working for those people on that side of town. I'm your friend, John, and I love John, and he didn't mean nothing wrong with it. But I declined to be a councilman. I declined because I hate the friend game. It pisses me off. It really does. And I know I'm going to expose some of this stuff, and time will come, and some of these trustees will know their place and understand where they sit. Thank you.
Rachel Turner. So after Rachel, we have Lorena and Christiane.
Hello, Madam President, members of the board, intern superintendent, Dr. Mitchell. I'm Rachel Turner, for the record, a mother of two CCSD students and now foster caregiver of two more. Next, Bennett. You haven't heard their name, you haven't been mistaken. Next was an innocent, non-binary high schooler who was viciously beaten inside a bathroom at a high school in Oklahoma. Tragically, just the very next day, Next died. As a parent and caregiver of gender diverse children, I know firsthand the bullying and harassment non-binary and transgender children are experiencing every day. And I know how scared every student, parent, and their loved ones are after this recent tragedy. In Oklahoma, there have been multiple anti-LGBTQ laws passed in recent years that have targeted our students. In fact, the state school superintendent, Brian Walters himself, has led extreme anti-trans initiatives that have in the state, such as directing the Department of Education to release a video calling trans people in bathrooms an assault on the truth. The assault isn't on the truth. It is on an innocent young person, a straight A student, a member of a tribal nation,
and a grandchild that is dearly missed. Please don't allow the false narrative that we've heard in the past, and I'm sure we'll hear again, of a few influence the policies here in Nevada that continue to protect our students and all gender diverse students in the CCSD. Don't allow a similar tragedy to occur here. Next, Benedict. Say her name. Thank you. Bueno.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lorena Biasati. Being here today, noticing the changes, the upgrades, the remodeling at the same time that JAR is being removed seems very symbolic. I hope this effort to improve the appearance translates into improvement of the functionality of this board also. I know it feels as though allowing JAR to walk away with $250,000 was a loss, especially when it feels as though we should be charging him for all the failures under his watch, but we needed to jump ship or push him off the ship before it all sank. So we should all walk away with a sense of relief. With Brenda Larson Mitchell's appointment and her impressive resume, including having been a teacher and a member of this district for over 30 years, why are you looking for a replacement? Why couldn't she be permanent? I thought you all loved teachers. You already did cast the net far and wide and reeled in a bad fish from as far away as Florida, who left the trail of destruction and death. Why not give this opportunity to someone who knows the landscape? Ms. Brenda Larson Mitchell, if you truly can represent the voice of parents, we wish you the best. We will pray for you that God enlightens you and gives you wisdom to make decisions that will keep our children educated, inspired, and without dangerous ideologies invading our public school system. I'd like to add 4 trustees are up for re-election: Lola Brooks, Evelyn Morales, Lisa Guzman, and Katie Williams. We have a golden opportunity to fix our schools, but beware. We cannot replace these members with people who could be worse. We tell our children to do their homework. Well, it's time for us to do our homework ourselves and make sure whoever we elect is someone whose only purpose to be on the board is to unite our children in learning and success. Do not take this opportunity for granted. We have the chance at a clean slate with honest and ethical representation that reflects the voice of parents and stakeholders alike. We know for sure people who were voted here 4 years ago, like Lola Brooks, are not it. Thank you and good night.
Good evening, board members. Well, I'm here again, to expose this pornographic books that we have in our schools. I was silent many times that I was here because the content was considered vulgar and obscene. But these books are still in our schools' libraries. Pornographic might be defined as the depiction of erotic behavior, sexual display in pictures or writing that is intended to cause sexual excitement in the viewer. The American College of Pediatricians urges healthcare professionals to communicate the risks of pornography exposed to young kids. Children that view pornography have a lot of social and mental health problems. Sexual predators have purposely exposed young children to pornography to groom and for sexual exploitation. Pornography exposure at young ages may result in anxiety for the children, stress. Children also report feelings of disgust, shocks, embarrassment, anger, fear, sadness after viewing pornography. These children can suffer all the symptoms of depression and anxiety. They may become obsessive with those acts and start not healthy sexual relationship. I'm thinking all about the kids that are being abused and being exposed to that trauma again, reading those contents. Children under the 12 years old that view pornography, they're more likely to sexual assault their peers. In some, children exposed to pornography material are at risk for a broad range of bad behavior and psychological pathology. One of our board members attacked our chapter because we don't want a pornography to our children. This is outrageous. Parents have a fundamental rights protected by the U.S. Constitution to direct the education of their children. The family is the basic of the unit of society. Parents' rights to direct the upbringing of the education of their children are fundamental rights protected by the U.S. Constitution. These rights are before politics. These rights cannot be taken away. They exist before the state. So we hope that the next superintendent listens to parents and they remove all these inappropriate books from your kids. Thank you.
Greetings, members of the board, President Garcia Morales. Brandon Summers for the record. I'm very glad that Dr. Jesus Jar is no longer superintendent of the Clark County School District. But when he was fired the first time, that should have been the last time. The saying goes, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And Dr. Jar showed us that he was selfish, self-serving, dishonest, arrogant, and unfit to be the leader of the 5th largest school district in the USA. Earlier, someone said that he should never be allowed to work in education, and I agree. He has run teachers away from the district, wasted money, and ruined lives. As we move forward, let's remember that this school district is in crisis. We have had a critical staffing shortage for years, and it has grown worse with Dr. Jar behind the wheel. My public records request from September was finally filled this week, and it revealed that we have over 1,200 licensed teacher vacancies, 390 of them in special education. And from reporting by zealous investigative journalists, we now know that North Las Vegas, East Las Vegas schools are suffering disproportionately. And as a side note, it's been rumored that the number of vacancies is actually much higher than what CCSD tells us. Teacher burnout is real, will lead to more vacancies, and it's actually time to do something about it. All these educators, these blue shirts, have probably been up since 5:30 in the morning, are likely exhausted, and will still have grading to do. I commend them for showing up for our children daily, and there's no reason that negotiations with the teachers union should have been contentious and taking this long. Let's actually take their input and expertise to heart so that CCSD will be a district that educators actually want to work on. Finally, please revisit higher pay and benefits for vacancy substitute teachers. The need is there, the money is there. It's simply a matter of will to pay long-term subs a living wage.
Please, Floyd. Matt.
President Garcia Morales, trustees, and board superintendent. I'm Jenna Robertson, mom of 5 CCSD students and advocacy director at Nevada Elementary Student University. Tonight, I'm here to talk about a student who's making news. Next Benedict. Next Benedict was a 16-year-old non-binary high school sophomore who was required to use the bathroom of their gender assigned at birth. They were beaten in the girls' bathroom by 3 older girls and knocked to the floor where they hit their head. They were suspended from school, sent home, and died the next day. Next was 16. Next Benedict was not from Nevada. No, Next Benedict was not a CCSD student, but they could have been. We know of hundreds, and there are probably thousands. Please do not kid yourself. There are probably thousands of trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students just like Next Benedict in CCSD alone. As you've already heard earlier in this meeting tonight and in the public comment periods of many recent meetings, we have a policy to protect our gender diverse students in CCSD, and we thank you for it. We have people in this room, and maybe even on the dais or on the phone tonight, who would tell you it's an unnecessary policy. I hope the death of Next is an example of exactly why we need policy 5138 at CCSD. It's not a perfect policy. You've heard me say that Walker does it better, standing here at this dais, but it's a good start. While it protects hundreds of students with a supportive parent in the home, knowledgeable enough to initiate a gender support plan meeting, because again, only students with a supportive parent get a gender support plan. Hundreds, if not thousands, of gender diverse CCSD students need safety in our schools. Thank you for protecting policy 5138. Thank you for protecting our trans and non-binary kids. Thank you for protecting my kids. Next, Benedict. Thank you. Oops. Good evening, Madam. My name is Teresa, and I am a good of the spirit. To see where our democracy, our democratic republic has come in over 250 years. Crazy, right? So excuse my ignorance, I have not thought about CCSD since I graduated back in 2019, but I have people who came here today and because I care about them and I love them, I came here to show a little young respect to them. But I've had the privilege of tonight listening to a lot of educators and parents and questioning about what's happening in the community. And considering about that, I'm free to listen to them because they're your constituents. And something as a college student right now, something that we constantly go over is what happens when we don't listen to our constituents. Our main body. It's kind of crazy, right? That's how we got here, and that's how we came from them. And so, yeah, I definitely implore you to listen to them and listen to them. But you're here to represent them. As far, I've heard a lot of things tonight, and so I just kind of heard my little ideologies and how I see it. I believe when we think about what we believe in and how what we should compromise in, we compromise where we can. We put ourselves firmly as a community. And so if you have found nothing to ground yourself in here tonight or in the past with what other people have said, then if you're not willing to stand for anything, you're willing to fall. And so yeah, I will leave that with that one. I did want to make a comment that didn't sit right with me as someone who is very active on my campus. Is that there was a lot of remarks made about how the board should proceed in the future as some are not returning from what I understand. And I think the way that they were, the way that your constituents were talked to was a little sassy and in a way makes a mockery of what a public servant is. It sucks sometimes. We are criticized. We are, in a lot of ways, insulted and just pushed down. And yeah, that sucks, but that is the job. And we're here to listen to them. And so to sit here and see some sassy remarks come from the board towards their constituents, even if it makes you unhappy, that is what you signed up for, in my opinion. So yeah, that's all I have to say as far as, I wish y'all luck and I do hope that you listen to your constituents. Have a good night. Very wisely, very listening.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Barry Litzman. I'm a 20-year veteran third grade teacher in elementary school. I sat before you on January 25th and listened to a $60,000 consultant talk to you about soliciting feedback from district stakeholders. I agree, the skill is needed, as you failed to listen to the many voices that provided input on Dr. Jara's failed leadership over the years. And while you attempted to install Dr. Larson Mitchell as superintendent on February 8th with no public input, I implore you to take the advice of this pricey consultant and seek stakeholder input as you hopefully begin your nationwide search for our next superintendent. This process must be transparent and include opportunities for input from all stakeholders. I feel compelled to remind you that many of you are up for re-election in just over 7 months. Rest assured that we will remember your actions tonight Your inaction for the years, allowing Dr. Jar to create this devastating legacy. We will think of you as we are casting our ballots for you trustees, ones that will actually hold the new superintendent accountable for their actions. Failed leadership from this board cannot continue. Remember the 5th of November. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees, new interim superintendent, Alison Mitchell, congratulations. Former trustee Danielle Ford for the record. Nobody on this board has had proper training in Robert's Rules of Order, fiduciary responsibilities, or how to properly conduct a superintendent search. And that's not necessarily your fault. This board attends a lot of conferences, but the one that has never been attended as a group is NSBA, the National School Boards Association. They are pro-public education and they are made up of public education experts and school board attorneys. Since there wasn't a lot of research done about searching for a superintendent, I'm going to read an excerpt from NSBA's website. The reality is that school districts pay significant dollars for search firms that typically generate a list of candidates, some of whom succeed and some of whom don't. While there are competing firms, their search processes tend to be very similar and in fact, often come up with many of the same candidates. A few things to consider for a superintendent search. 1, the person selected is the board's employee, and thus it is the board that is accountable for the actual selection. Listen to the public input, but do not abdicate your responsibility. 2, to find the right superintendent, the board must first identify the future issues and challenges of the district. 3, failure to do so will find the board searching for a leader without being grounded in purpose. This leaves the district vulnerable to being swayed by factors in the selection process that have little to do with what is really needed. 4, a simple question should be asked of people who know the candidates. The question is, what does this person stand for and what really matters most to them? What leaders truly care about should be evident from their past decisions, their values, and priorities. Those who know these leaders and have worked with them should be able to articulate easily what has been most paramount to them. Tip, seek feedback from individuals, not just groups. Ask parents, community members, and staff at all different levels to see if there is consistency. Keep in mind also that as a board, you are seeking a dance partner, not a marriage partner. While certainly long-term tenure for superintendents exists, that tends to be the exception, not the norm. Usually it is because the superintendent that is hired has specific experiences and skills that match the needs at the time. So that's from NSBA, the National School Board Association, which I know that NASB is not a part of anymore. I've spoken with them. The pro-public education training that many school boards receive is not being received by Nevada school boards. The good news is that they have a conference coming up April 5th through 8th in New Orleans, and the board should consider delaying the conversation about hiring a superintendent so that as many trustees are available as can attend and seek out advisement on conducting a proper search from the only national organization that exists to help public school boards and elected trustees. That is the kind of trip that taxpayers are happy to fund. Thank you.
Record the ordinance of the Association of School Boards is still connected to NASB as funded based off of recent information, and there is the Nevada Association of, again, for the record, the Nevada Association of School Boards is still a member of the national organization. All right, so let's move on. Colleagues, item 5.01, upcoming meeting of Board of Trustees, Monday, February 26th, 2024 at 5 p.m. here in our boardroom. I'm seeking a motion for adjournment. Trustee Gavassos.
Thank you, Madam President. This time I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks.
What's the second?
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Gavassos and seconded by Trustee Brooks. Please cast your votes. Trustee Williams. Oh. Thank you, colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. It is 9:02 p.m. Have a great night.